Queen, it's time to play your royal position. This is your girl, Dr. Nikita Davis, the proud CEO and founder of Jesus Coffee and Prayer Christian Publishing House, the number one Christian publishing house in the land, and the proud CEO and founder of the Women Win Network, where we celebrate women who win 365. I'm the creator and visionary of Pop Your Crown Sis, where we connect, collaborate, and converse with queens who unapologetically show up brilliant and bold wherever she lays her crown. I am the host of the Women Win Network presents African Explosion 2.0 Black in Power. Listen, Queen, it's not a player royal position. If you were with us last year, then you already know what time it is. I've got some powerhouse speakers who are ready to pour into you, ready to elevate you, ready to inspire you, and give you tangible tips and golden nuggets for you to take it to the next level in this season and the next. We are broadcasting live from Botswana. I'm super duper excited about that. This is my second time being in the motherland, but I'm here with my powerhouse queens. So listen, what I need for you to do is grab your pen, grab your paper, get into a quiet space and pick up all of these golden nuggets. The women that you're going to hear today are powerful, they're successful, they're doing the doggone thing, and they staying moisturized. Come on, somebody. Listen, we drinking water and staying moisturized in this season. So get ready to glow. And I hope that you thoroughly not only enjoy, but begin to apply all of the tangible tips and nuggets that these ladies are going to provide to you. Queen, it's time to play your royal position. Welcome to the African Explosion 2.0. Black in Power. So to kick it off tonight, today, wherever you may be, because we literally have women East Coast, West Coast, all over the country in the U.S., international, Barbados, the U.K., representing Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Listen, and of course, in the motherland, I am here with you today. So we're going to kick it off with none other than Dr. Shavonna Whitehead. Now, listen, I know this powerhouse queen personally, and she brings that fire. Do you understand what I'm saying? But let me give her the respect and credit that is due. Let me give you her professional bio. And then the next voice you will hear will be none other than Dr. Shavonna Whitehead. Dr. Shavonna Whitehead, the More Pusher, is a trailblazer in ministry and entrepreneurship. She helps women to break boxes and show up as their authentic selves. She is the owner of the More Experience Coaching. Dr. Whitehead is the published author of I Am More Now, Empowerment Journal, and The Cutting That Made Me Whole, as well as being a contributing author on many bestseller acclaimed bodies of work. She has been featured in digital network publications, illuminated on Atlanta and New York billboards. She's been featured on major radio, television, and newspaper outlets around the country. She is also an executive producer with the Women Win Network. I bring to you today, tonight, or whatever time zone you're in, Dr. Shavonna Whitehead. Queen, it's time to play your royal position.
How are you? We are here.
Yes, Queen. We are
Yes,
here, baby. We outside.
It's my awesome privilege to be here to celebrate with these powerhouse queens today. Listen, we came to impact you. We came to push you. We came to pull you, but most of all, we came to shine and let everybody know that we are bold. And so listen, I want to tell you today, it's time for you to break the box. You weren't meant to flow in your normal. You were meant to go against the status quo. You weren't meant to be average. You were not meant to be put into a box. Listen, I came to be the one to cause you to shake yourself up and walk in your authority. We were created for power. We were created to be wealthy. We were created to be positioned to transform and transcend areas. So listen, this is your opportunity. I want to pour into you. I am known as the More Pusher. So that's what I've come to do. And in order for you, listen to me clearly, in order for you to actually break the box and walk in the flow of your ordained authority, you got to do three things. Yep. I came to leave you with three tools to help you to understand where you need to be. You got to have the dialect of destiny. You got to be authentically you. And you got to realize that tag, you're it. And I know some of you are probably saying, Dr. Vaughn, what in the world is all of this all about? When we talk about the dialect of destiny, you have to understand that you cannot have the language of where you are. You have to develop the language of where you're going. Too oftentimes, we allow circumstances, situations, and people. I said it, situations, circumstances, and people. We allow them to cause us to shrink back. We allow them to cause us to second guess our worth. We allow them to cause us to second guess what we were created to do. But I came to help you understand words matter. So I posed this question to you. What are you speaking over you? What are you allowing to be spoken into your atmosphere? You have to get into a posture that you show up for you in such a way that you don't allow people to speak their opinions over you. You don't allow people to speak their expectations over you. You have to know who you are unapologetically. And when we talk about the dialect of destiny, I understand what you may be facing now. But guess what? I'm speaking what I know God's going to do. I understand what we're facing now. I understand you may not have the money for the vision. I understand you may not have the team yet. I understand that you may not have the people. But here's the dynamic to this. You have to be able to speak the dialect of the table you were ordained to sit at. You have to speak the language of the room you're ordained to be in. You got to learn how to have the verbiage for where you want to go. Too oftentimes we settle for where we are. We settle for what we feel. We settle for what we see. But tell somebody, I got to have the dialect of destiny. I know you see that I only got $50 to my name, but I'm speaking that I'm a millionaire. I know you see where I'm living and what I'm driving now, but I'm riding in the areas and the neighborhoods that I know I was ordained for. Why? Because I am bold and I am passionate, because I am powerful in where I'm going. Then here's the second thing. You have to be authentically you. Do you not understand that when you do not show up as your authentic self, you do the people you encounter a disservice? Do you not understand that when you do not show up as your authentic selves, you do not give the people that encounter you the privilege to receive the power that is locked up inside of you? And many of us, because we are uncomfortable, because who we authentically are does not line up with the status quo, because of the fact that who we are may go against the grain, because who we are may not be popular, because who we are may not be the chosen people. But here's the dynamic to this. When God created each and every one of us, he ordained us to be exactly who we are, which means everything I need is locked up inside of me. Everything I desire is locked up inside of me. All the tools that I need to fulfill my ordained assignment is locked up inside of me. Guess what? When you show up in the room, you bring all of you to the room. Yes, sis, you bring all of you to the room. Yes, when you show up in the room, it's your uniqueness that transforms the room. It is your uniqueness that gives you the favor to sit at the table. Yes, Lord. It is your uniqueness that gives you the authority to walk into the room and say, I'm here. And when you are authentically you, you can show up in a room and not say a word and they know you there. Come on, somebody say bold. I said, when you actually are authentically you, you can show up in the room and you don't have to say a word. They're going to say, yes, she's here. Yes, I feel her presence. Why? Because I came in with confidence. No, I'm not cocky, but I am confident in who God created me to be. I spent way too many years walking around in the box under the stigma of what somebody thought I should be. I spent too many years walking around following behind what somebody else thought I should do. The minute that I discovered me, or should I say rediscovered me, was the minute that I realized and activated and illuminated the power that was already lying dormant inside of me. So what am I saying to you? You're probably saying, Dr. Vaughn, how do I do this? You need to fall in love with you again. Be unapologetically, authentically you. Why? Because you are amazing. Why? Because you are resilient. Why? Because you are tenacious. Why? Because you are strong. Why? Because you are transformative. Why? Because you have what it needs in order to get what we need to be. And I know you probably said, Dr. Vaughn, that's easier said than done. You know, you don't understand what I'm going through, but I understand being in a place where I didn't know me. I understand being in a place where I was trying to figure out me. I understand being in a place of fake it till you make it. I understand about being in a place of being what people wanted me to be, being the chameleon to change what people needed me to be. But when you are authentically you, you minimize your stress and you raise your happiness with you. You minimize your stress. You actually walk in the favor, because many of us are not walking in our favor because we won't walk in who we are. And then listen, after you actually develop the language, the dialect of destiny, and you watch your words, after you realize that you have to be authentically you, then I came to tell you, yes, you, tag, you're it. You've been looking for the answer all around. Well, I lean on in, listen to me clearly, you're it. You've been looking to everyone for the answer, but I dare you tell yourself, I'm the answer. I am the one that's sent to break the generational curse. I am the one that's meant to start the business. I am the one that's meant to launch the vision. I am the one that's sent to launch the ministry. I am the one that's sent to bring women together. I am the one that is supposed to transcend and deliver and help people get healed. I am the one that's supposed to step in the ground and toil it and lay the foundation. I am the one that's supposed to actually change the trajectory of my family's destiny. I am the one. Yes, you. I know you don't think you equipped, but I came as the more pusher to tell you that you were the one. The suffering created you for this. The persecution created you for this. The being forsaken created you for this. The abandonment created you for this. You were created for this space. So I say, I know we used to play the game Tag You're It, and see the object of the game. Listen to me clearly. The object of the game was literally that everyone would close their eyes. You would go and hey, come on, God. And then when they open their eyes, you would run after the person. Whoever you touched was now the chosen one. I hope you hear me clearly. Whoever you touched was the chosen one. Well, I came by today on this Saturday afternoon to tell you he just touched you. Tag, you're it. You were trying to run away from the power. You were trying to run away from the calling. You were trying to run away from the assignment. And guess what? The more you ran, all of a sudden he came and he touched you. The minute that he touched you, you became the chosen one. So we talking about being bold. I declare unto you, stand in your authority that you are the bold and chosen one. Stand in your authority that you are the one created for the assignment. Stand in your authority that you are the one that's supposed to transcend continents. You are the one that's supposed to travel the world, actually impacting the lives. You are the one that is supposed to break the curse of poverty. You are the one that's supposed to be the millionaire. You are the one that's supposed to have the multi-figured business. You are the one that's supposed to have the multiple streams of income. Yes, you. But here's the dynamic to it. I can talk to you about all of that. I can talk to you about having the language, the dialect of destiny. I can talk to you about being authentically you. And I can even talk to you and tell you, Tag, you're it. You're the chosen one. But at the end of the day, if you don't believe that you are, you'll always struggle with walking in your power. It's not that the power is not there. The power is right there. So my question to each and every one of you amazing kings and queens that will watch this, will you tap into the power? Will you break the box that has held you captive and kept you from reaching your potential? Will you shatter that box? I mean, don't just break it. I want you to shatter that box and never be able to go into that box ever again. Why? Because you weren't created for a box. You were created for the nation. You were created to transcend spaces. And so I challenge you today, as the more pusher, as the owner of the more experience, as the owner of Manifesting More with Dr. Vaughn, as the one that pushes people into purpose and power. I challenge you today, break the box. The box was never meant for you. You're too bold and you're too powerful for the box. So whether it's ministry, whether it's family, whether it's business. Break the box, shatter it, because it's time for you to walk in your freedom. It's time for you to flow. So listen, I hope that what I've shared with you this moment has actually impacted you in such a way that you feel that push, you feel that tug, you feel that elevation that will now catapult you to shatter every box that they try to put you in. Every box. It's time for you to walk through doors, sit at tables, have conversations, shake hands with people that you never thought you would ever shake hands with. Now is the season. Now is the time. Open up your mouth with the dialect of destiny. Walk and be unapologetically and authentically you. And realize, tag, you're it. You're the chosen one. You're the chosen one. And so I thank you for this privilege and this honor and this opportunity just to share with you in this space. And I celebrate and honor Dr. Nikita Davis as the visionary for this amazing experience. I honor her and I appreciate her for breaking the box. I honor her and I appreciate her for shattering the ceiling. I honor her and I appreciate her for showing up as her authentic self, no matter what room you may find her in. Why? Because your power is in your authenticity. Yep, say it with me. My power is in my authenticity. Yep, I mean, get sassy with it and say, my power is in my authenticity. So it is my hope and prayer that you receive some tangible tools today, as I just wanted to push you, pull you, tug you, roll you, shove you into purpose and power. Again, I am Dr. Shavonna Whitehead. I am known as the More Pusher. I am the owner of the More Experience Coaching. And it's always my honor to come and share as we transform a nation. Thank you so much for this time and this space and this opportunity to share with such powerhouse queens. Bless you, Dr. Nikita Davis. I love you so much.
Yes. Listen, let me tell you something about this queen. Powerhouse is really not even the word to quantify who God has created her to be. She is bold. She is didactic. She says what she means and she means what she says. See, I'm from the South. I know I'm here in Botswana, but I'm from the South in the U.S. And what we say, for that is she's going to give it to you straight. She shoots from the hip, but she means it with love. And it is always a pleasure to hear her voice. I speak on this mighty woman of God, this queen, even in my own home. I'm telling my husband, like, you got to go back and go back to the Women Win Network, shameless plug, and listen to this queen, because she is serious about God's business. She is serious about his daughters. She is doing a doggone thing. And I'm so godly proud of what God is doing in her life in this season and the next. I speak and I see greater for her life. So thank you so much, Queen. You told the folks to get the dialect right, get the dialect ready and postured for their destiny. And so we appreciate you on this evening, on this morning, wherever you may be in the world, tuning in to these Powerhouse Queens. And make sure you follow this Powerhouse Queen on Instagram at I am Dr. Von, and that's IMDRVON. Make sure you show her some love and support and get into one of her programs so she can get you in the game. So Dr. Dion's going to come up here because we tag teaming. Now I'm going to tell you more about this powerhouse once it is her time to shine. She's always shining. But we're going to tag team this thing as we introduce the mighty women who are going to pour into you today. So Dr. Dion, where you at, beauty queen?
I'm here in the flesh. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm here, and I'm so honored to be sharing this platform, not just as one of the phenomenal speakers here today, but as the VP of Women Win Network. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker for African Explosion 2.0. All right, I'm not going to really talk about last year because last year we burnt the virtual stage down. And so right now the guys are actually preparing a second stage stage as a backup just in case. But right now, we're going to bring on an amazing powerhouse speaker. She is our teen keynote speaker for this event, and it's none other than Imani L. Imani is the CEO and founder of Natri, a natural and organic self-care lane where the bare minimum is everything. She's a national and international best-selling author, a World Peace Ambassador, and has won the Presidents and Principals Awards. All right. Just a little bit more about Imani. She is just 15 years old, and she has been dominating her lane of brilliance. So welcome, Imani.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dion, for that amazing intro. Love it. Love the bio. And I just want to thank Jesus Coffee and Prayer for this amazing opportunity to have me here for this amazing African explosion where we are talking about Black in power. Okay. So for this Black in Power event, my topic is taking a step forward as people, but most of all, Black women, and stepping into our Black in power. For us as Black women to take a step forward in our power and life, we must address and solve the centuries of systematic problems and pressures that we are facing to this day. So first, we have the one and only strong Black woman syndrome. What is that, and how am I talking about this right now? Strong Black woman syndrome. You are basically like the Superman, Superwoman. You are Superwoman with Superman powers, okay? And so you can do it. You can do it all. You can be that person. And it's nothing wrong with that. You can be that person for your family, the one to help provide. And you can be the one to help be the glue to bring everything and everyone together. But just like Superman, for example, technically he can do it all. Just like you can do it all on your own technically. You could do this, you could do that. You could do everything just like a Kit Kat, okay? A Kit Kat bar. Sponsored. Just joking. But the thing is that I bet it helps when Superman has Justice League. And so that's the same thing for you. You need that team. You need that help. And the second thing I want to talk to you about is something that I feel that I've heard way too many times. This issue is the historic issue I feel I have heard for Black women for so much time, over too much of prolonged time, which is asking for help and getting the help. I'm just wondering, when will it be enough to where we are going to ask and get the help? I have heard this issue way too many times. And my thing is, I don't have a problem with the issue. Of course, there's nothing wrong with the problem. It just means it needs to be fixed. And so when we have it here, it means it's not being fixed. It's not getting the attention that it needs. And so I need for us to fix that, because this will not be the first or last time you're probably going to hear this. If you're here if you're here today, I'm pretty sure this was not the first time you have heard that asking for help issue. And we have listed two notorious problems I feel that Black women go through for, at this point, like for centuries. That is something we have gone through. Now we have to understand the solutions. And I digress because I'm the type of person to want to solve the issue. I do not want to dwell inside of a problem, because that will only do so much for you. I look at a problem just enough to know, okay, this didn't work. Let's move on. And what should I do next? What is the next thing that needs to happen? Because this is not it. This is not what we should be doing. And I know you could dwell in an issue, you could dwell in a problem, but how much is that doing for you? how much is that going to help you excel? You can do only so much analyzation before you just need to get up and go. I'm going to say that another time. Just get up and go. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Let's get it done. Okay? And so this leads me to my next segment about having the solutions. Because I don't know about you, but I need some result growth. Can we get some result growth? I need result growth in my and your life because we need this. I know I need this and you need this too. As Black women, I feel that we need to rewrite what strength means because I feel we don't do that. I feel like strength means something different to everybody. If you truly ask yourself what strength means, it's going to be different for what I think strength means and what you mean strength means. And I feel as Black women, we have been taught that strength is being basically having everything together all the time, all day, every day, never break a sweat, never cry a tear. And we have everything pish posh in a world that isn't pish posh. And so that means we're stretching, we're breaking our back, we're doing all these different things that are totally unnecessary. And so, for example, my view of strength is being able, of course, to get the things done that you have to do within your business, job, whatever you do, entrepreneur, whatever it is, but being able to say, I can do it. I'm the one. I'm the person for this. And then also being able to tell yourself, this is something I don't want to do right now. And when I say that, do not use that and abuse that, okay? You have to use that like once or twice a week. And then if it's not today, then let it be tomorrow. Once again, if it's not today, it has to be tomorrow. 5 to 6 of those days, it has to be that day. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to sit down. You actually should sit down. You should sit down right now. But you have to make sure that you're still getting those things done and resting. So my way of strength is you getting the things done and knowing when to rest and knowing where to run and knowing where to slow down and knowing where you should be the hare and where you should be the tortoise. And so my second solution is asking, like I said before, asking for help from family, friends, acquaintances, co-workers, sometimes random people, if it's like for a picture, whatever it is for you, ask for the help. But one thing is the reality is people don't have that help always. And I realize that and I recognize that. Now, if you have that help, you better ask for that help. If you have that help, you better use it because there are so many others that don't. And it's usually one of the three. Either you literally have nobody to help you. The second is that you technically have people to help you, but they don't want to, or they don't want to be involved with you or with what you're doing. And the third is they want to help you, but it possibly might not be to the extent of help that you want or need. And so I feel like you have to definitely use the help that you need. But if you don't have that help, there are so many free apps, websites, systems that will help you at least organize the small little things. Of course, those aren't people and they won't be people, but at least you can use your resources. You don't have to check for those little small things that you can do. You can even have something that tells you to drink your water right now. And then that's great. That's a small thing that you can use that takes somewhat level of thinking out of place. And that is whatever it is for you, me, whatever the thing is. And so the third solution is I feel like this one's different than what y'all might usually be used to hearing. But the third solution is being inquisitive for the things that you're doing and that you're interested in. I know that sounds like totally, maybe possibly different than what you might usually hear, but this will help you to stop assuming and gaining the factual knowledge. Because I don't know about you, but sometimes you might think, oh, maybe, have you ever had those moments? Let me start with that. Have you ever had those moments where you thought you had or thought you didn't have something? You were like, okay, maybe it's not, I can't do that, or I can't do this. And then you actually look it up and then it's like, oh, I can do it. Oh, you assumed. But even if you assume, be inquisitive. And that's something that I do as myself. Like, of course, you can have analyzation that, okay, maybe probably you might not be able to do it, but I still look it up. There have been times where I thought I couldn't do something. And guess what? I looked it up. It said, boom, won the lottery. You can do it right then and there. And so you have to be inquisitive to gain the knowledge and get to where you want to be. And I feel that being inquisitive is a domino solution. So it leads to so many other different things. And I feel doing this adds a never-ending learning perspective, because things are always changing every second, every day, every month, every year, every decade. I mean, I hope something has changed within a decade, but things are always changing. So you being inquisitive all the time, I'm not saying you have to question the whole world around you, but what I'm saying is that you have to make sure that you question the right things at the right times, and just start off with questioning just certain things, not questioning, but maybe asking a question. I'm telling you, you can ask Google, Alexa, whatever it is, so many questions, and then it'll be like, yeah, da 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 da. Whatever your question, your answer is, it will tell you, okay? And so that is something that I feel like I myself had to use, because being a teen entrepreneur, you are a baby to the business. You don't know what you're doing. And so not going to college yet for business, you have to get the analyzation and question a lot of the things that you're doing. Whether you think you know it or not, you still got to look up that question and be like, should I or shouldn't I? Whatever it is for you. And so I feel that knowledge, I don't know about you, but I feel knowledge is power. And when you put knowledge is power and add it with being up to date and current, you become unstoppably Black in power, because you know how to get in that room, how to not be in that room, how to do this, how to do that, because you looked it up. You were inquisitive. You read that book. You looked and read that blog, that website, whatever it is for you, and you used it to the best of your ability. My last solution is for you to be creative. This is another domino solution that I feel leads to so many other things when you use it. And so creativity, it gives you new ideas, new solutions, and new perspectives, which I feel like we can always have. All three of those: new ideas, solution, perspectives. I'll take it. And so this will help you solve problems quickly and effectively. Okay, this will be able to get you to those solutions and answers that you need, and it makes you, in a sense, resilient. Creativity and inquisitive, if you put those together, you're just you're going forward, because even though those specifically aren't things that are per se making you super quick with certain things, when you put those together, it's a underlying subconscious effect that just makes it happen. And so you can be creative by, you can look look on Google and there's websites that they have mind-bending games or puzzles that you have, or you can just do things that make you think outside of the box, that make you think, okay, let's do this, or okay, let's do that. And so we have been through the problems and the solutions and how to get through the systematic things and get into our Black in power with taking a step forward. This next thing is getting through our own battles and issues that vary from person to person. We have to start now, not next, whatever, day, week, month, year. And I want us to get out of, oh, once we get to this point, once this happens, once we get to this barrier, I'll start or stop whatever that piece or issue is. Stop a bad habit, I'll stop a bad habit, I'll start a good one. Whatever is for you, I want us to get out of that, because you have to get out of the habit of waiting till everything is right and perfect, because we do not live in a right and perfect world. We live in a world where things we're imperfect. That we can just start with there. Even if the world, everything else was perfect, we are not perfect. And then even if we were perfect, the world isn't perfect. So either way, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to shift in some way. So we have to at least shift that for our life. And so there will always be a reason not to, because you create the reason. I'm going to repeat that again. There is always a reason not to, because you create the reason. And so with that, I love timing and planning things out, but I feel like we give that way too much credit and power. We give it too much. Let it go. I'm not saying completely let it go. Wait. I'm not saying completely let it go, but I feel like we give it too much credit and power. It's like we say, okay, the beginning of next week, the beginning of next month, the beginning of next year. But sometimes you got to start in the middle of the week, in the middle of the month, in the middle of the year, where it is not pish posh plan, but you're getting started. You're getting it done. You're having it happen. And so something that I like to think is how much will 6 months months from now? Thank you for starting today. I know that you might not be able to get and have everything you want money-wise, but if it's something that you could either start today or tomorrow, next is something that I find crazy is there is an invisible meter. There has to be, of others who are successful versus yourself. I mean, what is this invisible meter that you have created? Why do we believe in so much in others, but we can't give us that same respect and put it into ourselves? We believe in them. We're like, whoa, yeah, you can do it. Then when it's yourself, you're like, maybe next time, I'll try next time, which is fine. But okay, you've been saying next time for 10 years. When is this going to happen? And so I know that if someone was going through the exact thing you were going through, you would push them forward. You would say they can do it. You would say, I believe in you. You would try to see, if they can do it. But then once it comes to you, that thought must evaporate. It's like in the thin air. It goes, whoosh, okay? You can't even see it anymore. And so you can never separate someone successful from whatever they're trying to do with you, because last time I checked, anything is possible. And that's with anything in your life, anything with people, whatever it is. And something that I always try to remember is if you're looking up to a person or if you aspire with what they're doing, is that everybody started somewhere. I want you to look. When you look outside, there's all these grown people, there's all these children, there's all these adults. Guess what? They were once a baby and they once knew nothing. There was a time where we all knew nothing. Nothing at all. Everything we know now was taught by either our families, the world, whichever one came to you first. And so that is the pivot of everybody was a beginner at some point. Every person who is experienced, even if it was at an excelled level, you had to start somewhere. And the thing is that my biggest quote and my favorite quote that resembles this is, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step," by Lao Tzu. I love that quote so much because I feel like it says, yeah, they did it. They did do it. They did it in 50 seconds. You might have to do it in 1 minute, but guess what? You can do it. You can do it in 25. I don't know. It's different for everybody. But the thing is that it's possible. That's what you need to realize, is that there's a possibility. There is never going to be, with anything, a 100%. If anything, it'll be 99.99. But guess what? I'm going to be that 0.01. If everything says 99.99, I mean, Imani, it's not even possible. It's like 99.99. And then I'm like, okay. Did you forget there's a 0.01? I'm trying to be that 0.01. I don't know about you. Me, I'm trying to be that 0.01. And so with doing all of this, you have to realize making changes is making your reality. Let me repeat that again, because I need for you to hear this. Making changes is making your reality. And that quote is by the world famous Imani. Okay. I think it's a great quote. And I feel like it embodies literally what you have to do. And this is once again with good or bad of what you do. And if you want the right things to become your reality, of course you have goals and of course you have these things to help, but everybody on this planet, or basically almost everybody, like 98% of the people on this planet, have a goal. Even if the goal is to walk from here to there, that's a goal. And so everybody has a goal, but yet more like 90% don't get those goals done. So obviously goals just ain't it. We got to do something more. Goals are not enough. And so we have to do whatever it is extra. We have to make systems, manageable systems with whatever consistent goals. You are what you do daily, not what you do every blue moon. You would not be considered a track star from running that one time when you were in the second grade. That does not make you a track star. You have to be consistent. You have to be the best, and you have to try to do amazing. I feel that being Black in Power is owning and knowing what you deserve and knowing that you can do it and make your changes into your reality, because we live in a cause and effect world. And so in our cause and effect world, you have to make sure you push yourself. And because other people are looking at you, and they're looking up at you saying, you are amazing. I want to do the same thing. And so the last thing of my talk are these two things that I feel are domino habits. And domino habits, they're habits that create so many other great goals. And that is affirmations and meditation. Those two are life-changing. They are underrated, but life-changing because they change your perspective on everything else around you. And so I hope that you love this talk today. I hope that you've learned something. I hope that it sparked something in your mind that made you go, that is awesome. And I really need you to use these things in your life because I do not want to hear the same problems and issues that we've been hearing for over a century. We need the issue to stop. And it starts with you, me, her, and she.
And so, of course, my name's Imani. Make sure to follow my business Natri on Instagram at The Real Natri, and that's spelled The Real Natri. And make sure if you look at my blog posts and read them, and if you want to reach out, have any questions, you can go to my website, natrial.com. That is spelled Natrial.com. And never forget Natri, where the bare minimum is everything.
Thank you so much, Imani. And yes, the bare minimum is everything. And one of the key points that stood out to me was the quote that you used, the longest journey begins with just taking that first step. And that's one of the things that I like to share with people. Progress over perfection, right? Sometimes we want everything to be so perfect before we can get started. We want everything to be so perfect before we can get it done. But truly, if we just begin to take those steps, putting the little action behind all the things that we want to do, whether it's perfect or not, because as you rightfully said, it's never going to be 100%. Sometimes it's going to be 99,
right.
It may be 95, but get it done. And that is going to make the difference. So thank you so much, Imani, for sharing such a powerful and inspirational message with us here at African Expat Botswana, right across the Caribbean and the US and the UK. So thank you so much, Imani. So up next, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. All right. And this speaker is no stranger to any of us. As a matter of fact, she is the proud CEO and founder of all of this amazing production that you see here today. And it's none other than Dr. Nikita Davis. Dr. Nikita Davis is a PR guru, powerhouse global influencer, keynote speaker, award-winning publisher, and 23-time national, 10 times international best-selling author. Dr. Davis is a Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, inaugural AT&T Dream in Black honoree, and a proud member of Forbes The Culture, a platform of Forbes compiled of elite Black and brown professionals crushing glass ceilings and breaking down barriers for people of color. She is the CEO and founder of Jesus Coffee and Prayer Christian Publishing House, LLC, and the CEO of the Women Win Network, where she celebrates women who win 365 via her television network, Global Digital Magazine, and curated VIP exclusive experiences. She is also the visionary host of the podcast Pop Your Crown Sis podcast, the newest, hottest podcast in town, with a stream that reaches over 700 million devices across the globe. Dr. Nikita Davis has been featured or seen with Forbes, BET, MTV, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and countless reputable publications and billboards. She resides in Atlanta, Georgia with her loving husband and their 2 beautiful children. Follow on Instagram at Jesus Coffee and Prayer and Pop Your Crown Sis. Dr. Nikita, welcome to the stage.
Yes, Queen. Thank you so much, Beauty Queen. That is my VP. Don't she look fabulous, y'all? Yes, she does, honey. That's my Barbados Queen. Listen, Queen, instead of play your royal position. Thank you so much for our first 2 speakers. Again, Dr. Shavonna Whitehead, Imani L. Make sure you support these powerhouse queens as they are on their mission to impact the lives of millions millions. I want to give a very quick shout out and to our sponsors, right? Folks who have been assisting with this whole process, and they've helped me with other things in the past as well. I want to give a shout out to Divine Hands by Jay. She is our powerhouse vendor. So make sure you support her, follow her on Instagram, shop with her. She has natural and organic skincare products. And she's doing an amazing job. Want to definitely give a shout out to Front House Media. Come on, representing by way of Barbados. They are helping us with this production. They have partnered with Jesus Coffee and Prayer and Women Win Network. They are absolutely fabulous. So if you're looking or needing your next virtual hybrid event, televised event to go down, to glow down, then make sure you reach out to Front House Media on Instagram, Front House Media Productions. Of course, I want to give a shout out to the Mompreneur CEO who is doing the doggone thing. You're going to hear from that powerhouse beauty queen a little bit later on today. And then, of course, CBI Marketing that did all of our amazing graphics, got us looking good, honey. Yes. Get with the website Whisperer, which is Dr. Cynthia Vito. She happens to also be the chief brand strategist over here at Jesus Coffee and Prayer and the Women Win Network. Listen, Queen, the title of my talk for all of my powerhouse queens, my African American, my Nubian queens, my Nubian princesses, is to pray, slay, and collect. I want to give you 5 tangible tips and strategies that you can use right now to break the bank, right? Because I know God has gifted you with many gifts, many talents, and they're ready to dominate all over the land. It doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't matter who your mama is, who your daddy is, your auntie and them. None of that matters. There is a sparkle in your eye. There is a gift in your eye. There is a purpose in the pit of your belly that must be birthed. And I want to help you do that with these tangible tips. Again, it's time for us to pray, slay, and collect. This is how I believe, as African American queens, Black, strong women of faith, how we can dominate and how we can break the bank. So let's be clear real quick and unfold this, shall we? Prayer. You understand, prayer is pivotal to you elevating in this season. So my question for you, if you're taking notes, is what does your prayer life look like, right? We're often looking at Instagram, Facebook, we're looking at the likes, we're looking at the views, but what does your prayer life look like? You understand? When I think about the valleys, the highs, the mountain highs and the valley lows that I've endured in my life, when I was able to overcome, when I was able to take it to the next level, when I was able to break the box and to crash the ceiling and do all of the above, my prayer life was on point. And when it was not on point, guess what? Those things begin to swirl. Now, please understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying just because you pray and you get down on bended knee every night and you got your prayer closet, that trouble won't come your way. The Bible clearly tells us that the good will suffer with the bad. So you're going to have issues. Sis, you can put that in the chat or you can write it on your paper. You're going to have issues. You can expect that to come because, again, you have a gift. You have a talent. You have a voice. You have a purpose in the pit of your belly. But how many know that it hits just a little bit different when you keep your prayer life in position? In this season, it is imperative that we not only posture our minds and our business acumen, but that we also posture our prayer life. Get in your word, get in your book. Make sure that you are connected with the only one who can help you shift and change things in this season. So your prayer life is important, sis. I question you again. What does your prayer life look like? So we talk about slay, right? Many times I think of myself as a modern day David. Come on, somebody, right? He had to slay the giant. But guess what? Giants are coming up in your life too. Whatever it is, whether it's at your job, whether it's in your business, it might be in your marriage or with your significant other, with your kids, right? Life is going to continue to life be lifing. That's what they're saying now, right? Life is always going to be lifing. But when you slay, that means you've already prayed, you're already in position, and you're going after what is yours. You're possessing the land, right? You've prayed, so now it's time for you to slay and possess the land. So we're talking to Black queens who are girl bosses, your speakers, your authors, you're doing a doggone thing. Slaying means you're showing up and watching God show out in this season. So let's break this down. Let me give you these 5 tips. So if you're taking notes, please do. If not, I hope you got a recorder on or you're going to play this back, right? The first thing you have to do to truly get in position to pray, slay, and collect, to live out your God-sized dreams, to no longer play small and cower in the corner, you will have to make a decision, sis. I'm going to say that again. You're going to have to make a decision. Either you're going to do it or you're not. Understand, I believe Queen Imani talked about it, that she's a solution-based individual. And I guess she honestly gets that from her mama, because that is my daughter. Come on, somebody, right? But you are going to have to make sure that you make a decision. Let me tell you about this life. Either you're going to make a decision about your life and the gift and the voice that God has given you. Either you're going to make a decision to stand strong and to press your way through, or life is going to make the decision for you. I need you to hear what I'm saying. Either you're going to make a decision to move forward, to press towards the mark, to overcome past traumas from your childhood, to get the therapy or the help you need, to start the business, to write the book, to travel the globe and inspire people all over the world, like we're doing here from Botswana. Or you're going to let life make the decision for you. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, I like to be in control. Now, understand, I'm in control in a co-opportunity with Christ, with God. So we're able to co-author my future together, because yes, he can make it all come to pass, and he shall, but I have to be a willing participant in the decision-making process. Are you a willing participant in the decision-making process as it pertains to your greater? As it pertains to you writing your book, as it pertains to you starting the ministry or starting the business, taking it to the next level, are you a willing participant? Or are you going to be like the 90% of the world that is going to allow life to be life and for the things to happen to them? Are you in a victim mentality, the blame game, where it's everybody else's fault except for yours? If you want to pray, slay, and collect, my queens, my African-American queens, as we're talking about being Black in power, you're going to have to make a decision and drop the excuses. And sometimes I know you all have good excuses, right? There are valid things that have transpired in your life that may slow you down, but it can't stop you. Do you understand? But the decision comes from you, and you co-creating the life that you deserve, and you co-creating the life that God already ordained before you were a twinkle in your mother's eye. So the first thing you've got to do, if you want to pray, slay, and collect, if you really want to be a queen who's Black in power, you've got to make a decision and drop the excuses. The second thing that you're going to have to do, sis, is get serious. Understand what I'm saying? I need for you to be laser focused in this season, in this hour, in this moment. That means consistency. Consistency. It doesn't matter how brilliant you are. I don't care if you went to an Ivy League school. I don't care who you know or how much money is in your bank account. Let me tell you something. Someone who is consistent could be half as great as you. And I believe you're great, but they can be half as great as you at doing the thing, whatever it is, but they will achieve much greater results over you because you are not consistent. Sis, stop being lazy. Yeah, I'm going to say it, because we will do what we need to do if it's for a job. We will do what we need to do if it's for our family. We will do what we need to do for everybody else. But when it comes time for our dreams to manifest, when it comes time for the desires of our heart that are aligned with Christ, we play small. We get lazy. We get inconsistent. Maybe today I'll post. Maybe I won't post it next week. Maybe I'll do the networking event. Maybe I'll catch the one next year. Maybe I'll get in the room this time, but in 2 months, nobody has seen me. Do you understand? Your consistency busts pipes? Your consistency busts pipes. I have queens who reach out to me all the time, and it's not about, oh, Nikita is this or that. Dr. Nikita is this or that. No, ma'am. I am prettybomb.com, but it's not because of that. If you check me out, I didn't just show up today, baby. I didn't just show up in Botswana today. I didn't just show up in Mexico last year. I didn't just show up in Paris. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't just show up East Coast to West Coast. I've been putting in consistent work. consistent work for my gift, consistent work for my dreams, consistent work for the thing that God has called me to do, which is ultimately to inspire his daughters. And I do that through a myriad of ways, whether that's the PR, the media, the marketing, the billboards. It doesn't matter the glitz or the glam that's attached to it. I'm inspiring. It's my calling. I am promoting faith for you to have hope, for you to press forward. That is the call that is placed over my life, and I'm consistent with it. Sis, are you consistent with the gift? So after you make the decision, after you've determined that I'm going to get serious right now, again, I'll go back to Queen Imani when she talked about we want to put things off. We want to say, I'll start next week. I'll start at the beginning of next month. I'll start at the beginning of next quarter. I'll start in 2024. Girl, who told you you were going to be living? Now, I speak blessings and abundance, and you're going to live to 120. 99 just won't do. But as you can see, if the pandemic didn't teach us anything else, it's that tomorrow is not promised. And even if it is available to you, the same opportunities may not be available for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will get queens who will reach out to me and say, okay, well, I got you next time. Sis, you're not doing me any favors. This is about you tapping in and getting serious about the gift, the calling that God has placed over your life. He gave you that gift, not just for you to toil, not just for you to look cute on the gram, but for you to impact lives across the globe. Do you understand what I'm saying? And while you're doing that, while you are building up others, he is making your name great in rooms you have not even touched. I'm a living witness. I've entered into great rooms with great women and great men, and they knew about me before I knew about them. Again, this is not on my high horse. This is not that Dr. Nikita is all this or all that. I am still pressing towards my mark, but what I won't do is be inconsistent. You can catch me like you catch the newspaper. It's coming daily, baby. So I encourage you in this moment, my queens, Black in power, my African-American, Nubian princesses and queens. I need you to make a decision. I need you to get consistent and get serious about the call that is over your life, because somebody needs you. I don't care what you do. I joke about this all the time, and I say, I don't care if you were making shoestrings, but sis, I don't care if you were making shoestrings. God wants you to be the best shoestring maker in the land. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to help people to not just walk in their shoes and slip and fall all over the place. They'll be able to walk in your shoes with strength and tenacity and get from to and fro and A to B and Z, because you've made those shoestrings with excellence. Not only is that going to make your name great in rooms that your feet haven't even touched, but it's also going to lead to you cashing out. It's also going to lead to you being the one to break generational curses. It's also going to lead to that bank account being fatter than you've ever seen before. The more you give, the more you pour, the more you soar, the more you elevate others to get in the room and to be relevant and prevalent in this time. God is going to bless you to do the same thing. I've seen it time and a time again. The more I elevate his daughters, the greater he makes me in him. Do you understand? And his name is magnified, but it's a continuous overflow and blessing, not only to me, but to my husband and to my offspring, my children. You understand? You can, the word essentially says, you can know my people by their fruit. And the fruit that I bear is good, honey. I'm talking about figs and kiwi and watermelon and cantaloupe and bananas and all that good jazz. Again, God gets the glory, but it's because I made a decision, because I am serious, and because I am consistent. The third thing that you must do, not tomorrow, but today. Now go ahead and watch the rest of this, but after this, you can go ahead. I need you to begin to build your award-winning team. Many times as African-American queens, as Black Nubian princesses and queens, we talk about the lack of support. My question for you is, what does your support system look like? And I'm not talking about the people who are supporting you. How do you show up and support other people? It's really simple. The more you support, the more you show up for others, in return, it cannot be void. So are you the friend? Are you the business leader that you want other people to be for you? And if you're saying to yourself, Dr. Nikita, of course I am, they're just flakes, they're not supporting me, then I encourage you to check the temperature in the room. Who are you surrounding yourself with? I talk about this all the time. Who's in your corner? Because if you're finding yourself pouring, and pouring some more, elevating, and elevating others some more, and they're not reciprocating that for you, then that means you're in the wrong room, sis. So what am I saying? Get yourself in the right divine rooms where the people appreciate you. They appreciate your gift. They appreciate your talent. They appreciate the anointing that's over your life. They appreciate the oil. And how you know they appreciate you goes far beyond the like and the share and the comment. That is a piece of it, because you can support folks even if you don't have the funds to physically pay them. You can still support. But I'm talking about who's really shooting with you in the gym, who will get a prayer through for you, who will be there for you in your time of hour, because leaders need to be filled too. So you've got to begin to build your award-winning team. And I know you're saying to me, Dr. Nikita, maybe I don't have the money like that. Maybe I can't, get the staff like that yet. But work with what you got. I know of a lady that they talked about in the Bible. She didn't have much. All she had was a little bit of oil and a little bit of flour. But yet that was enough to sustain her and her offspring. You've got something, sis. You've got something. I need you to hear me. You've got something, but you're going to have to start tapping into your network. You've got to tap into your network and build the award-winning team that you seek, that you need. But first, it starts by you being the team player that you seek. So this is a mirror test. You understand? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Do you see what you're wanting? You've got to be the change that you seek for your business and for manifesting the gift, which ultimately should lead to you collecting and being able to cash out. The next thing that I need you to do in this season, sis, hear me good. I need you to show up and watch God show out. I need you to step into every room like you belong there. You'd be surprised. I host a myriad of events all over the country, different high profile opportunities for ladies to join me, because all the glory belongs to God. I'm the type of queen, if I get a seat at the table, the first thing I'm doing in my mind is assessing what queens are ready, they're willing, they're in position, they're consistent, they show up even online or in the room. Who can I bring along with me, right? So, but when you're doing that, you've got to make sure that you show up in the room like you belong there, because you do. I don't care if there's billionaires in the room. I don't care if there's multi-mega millionaires in the room. I don't care if there's celebrities and A-listers and the who of Whoville in the room. Baby, you belong there. It's not a cockiness, but it is a confidence, like Dr. Shavana spoke about. It's a confidence on the inside. You've got a good gift, a great talent, an immaculate business that needs to be birthed or needs to take it to the next level. And you've got to start getting in the divine rooms. Now, when you get into the room, I'm switching on my PR hat, right? You've got to be real specific on what your purpose is when you get into those rooms. What I find, because I'm very observant, I talk a lot. Yes, I'm a talker. I do enjoy people and I do communicate. I do enjoy communicating with people, but I'm very observant. Folks will get into the room just to say they were in the room. Sis, in this hour, that is not enough. I need you to rub elbows. I need you to already have a goal when you're coming into the room. Is it that you're trying to get your next collaboration or your next partnership? Are you looking for warm leads and hot leads for your next business venture, or for your coaching program or your consulting program? What are you going into the room for? You need to be very specific before you get there, because it's hard to see the picture when you're in the frame. And the frame I'm talking about is when you're going to these networking events, but you ain't really networking. You're really there for the photo op. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I am in PR, so I do understand the importance of the photo op. But your life is more than that. You are a big global business. You are a future 500 organization. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so what that means is you've got to get real strategic in this season. The days are long gone of just showing up just to be showing up, baby. Let me tell you something. Any room, and when I say any, I mean any, in every room I enter into, first of all, I know that I belong there. But second of all, I'm there with intentionality. I know who's in the room already. Do you understand? I may not know every single person, but I know the right key stakeholders that are in the room. This is you doing your due diligence. You might have to go to Google and do a little research if you don't know about them. You may have to find out what their area of expertise is. Go to their Facebook or their Instagram or their LinkedIn. This is about stalking people. This is about being proficient. This is about having a sound mind and moving through the room with wisdom. So when you do get the opportunity to connect with them, you can have an intelligent conversation. One thing I know is people like to talk about themselves. Come on, somebody. So you can begin to spark that conversation on something that you truly do value. And this is how you build rapport quickly and effectively and efficiently. And then remember, you already came in the room with intentionality of what you were looking to do. If you were looking for your next investor, I've been in the rooms with queens where that was the intentionality. That is what they were manifesting through Christ. And guess what? Before we left the room, they had an investor. Come on, somebody. It is strategic in this season. We're not showing up just to show up and look cute with our hat, with our shades, with our lace front. That's cool and that's great. Go ahead and get your pictures. I understand from a PR perspective, but I'm entering into the room with intentionality and I'm moving with speed and agility. I hope you picked that up. I'm entering into the room with intentionality and I'm moving with speed and agility. This is how I've been blessed from my PR side of the house to connect with so many people. Do you understand? Folks on Rolodex from ministers in ministry, people who are in entertainment, folks who are powerhouse speakers, people who are, making bukus of dollars in their business, and everybody in between, because I move with an intentionality. I do my research. I do my due diligence. I see how this would be a benefit to not only connect with them, but for them to connect with me. You got to understand how your gift, your talent can fill the gap that they've been looking for. We can't just show up in these rooms looking cute, y'all. Yeah, I want you to look fly. Yeah, I want you to be cute, sis, but I need you to move with intentionality, speed, and agility. So once you've done that, right, and you've built your award-winning team, and as a matter of fact, let me piggyback off that very quickly. When you're building that award-winning team, I need you to play to your strengths. Play to your strengths. We're so busy obtaining knowledge. We want to learn about everything, and knowledge is power. I do agree with that. But sis, there are innate gifts and talents that God has given you. And I'm encouraging you in this season, if you want to take your bank account to the next level, to play to your strengths. This is how you build your team. Listen, I've got my strength. You've got your strength. She's got her strength. He's got his strength. And when we come together, we are dynamite. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have to know all the nuts and bolts, all the nooks and crannies in every facet to that extent of my business or my brand. That is what the importance of having a powerhouse, effective team be in your corner. That's what it does for you. So in this hour, I want you to play to your strengths and delegate the rest. Play to your strengths and delegate the rest. And what that looks like in a tangible way is on a piece of paper. You don't have to get fancy. On a piece of paper, I want you to write down all your positive attributes as it pertains to your business and your brand. And then I want you to talk about, and this is to yourself, and there's nothing wrong with talking to yourself. They say as long as you don't answer. But I want you to look at those attributes and the things that you do well. Now I want you to think about the things that you can do. I can do it, but I may not do it as well as this queen or as well as this sister or this brother to do it for me, and they can do it in an hour. So in this season, it's about being intentional with your time. It's about being intentional to what you say yes to. It's about being intentional who's on your team and playing to your strengths. And then I told you, when you walk into every room, any room, I don't care what room it is, baby, you walk up in there like you own the place. And I mean that in the best blessed way, but I mean that you walk up in there that in the notion and knowing that you belong there. I don't care who is in the room. It's a confidence thing, sis. Whatever you need to do, if you need to eat your Wheaties before you go in the room, but you belong there. This will allow you to walk up to the billionaire or the multimillionaire or the celebrity or whoever it is with confidence, because you've got something good on the inside and they just might need it. But if you don't speak up, if you don't speak out in this season, if you don't walk into the room boldly with confidence, the confidence of God, knowing that you belong there, you will leave money on the table. And we ain't leaving no money on the table. We're also not leaving impact on the table, because the way I look at it is my bank account is reflected to my impact. Do you understand? Your bank account needs to be reflective to your impact, because I know the women here who are under the sound of my voice and watching this later live or on a replay, you're an entrepreneur. You are a queen who's looking to be a full-time entrepreneur. You might be a corporate professional, but you have the goal and the dream and the vision to buy back your time by being that full-time entrepreneur. So I need you to walk in those rooms like you belong there, because you do. The last point that I want to give to you is to collect. Yes, sis. Yes, I don't care if you're a ministry leader, a prophetess, or what have you. God gave you a gift. You can pray for the people, but He has called you to the nations, and that requires money, sis. This is the season of influence and affluence. You need both in this season. In order to do that, you're going to have to cash out. You're going to have to charge your worth and add tax to it. I'm going to say that again. You're going to have to charge your worth in this season and add tax to it. And then you're going to have to get good with negotiation. There is power in negotiations. What I have found in my experience is that queens don't know how to negotiate, not properly. And so therefore they get the slim pickings. Therefore they get the breadcrumbs that's remained. Therefore they miss the entire opportunity because they didn't know how to negotiate. Understand what I'm saying? Your price is your price. My price is my price, period. However, there is power in negotiation. If you struggle with that, sis, there are courses, there are all kind of things. You can get into a mentorship program, which I am hosting one. It's the Women Win Business mentorship program. But whatever you do, get with someone to help you to sharpen that toolkit of negotiation, because it's going to look different in each situation. Don't change your value. You're never going to lower your value, but you can make sure that you are fairly compensated for the oil that you pour. Okay? So this is how not only you play your royal position, not only are you in position to pray, slay, and collect, but you are truly able to walk in your divine purpose, your gift, your calling, and you are able to be Black in power. Black in power. So I encourage you today to stop playing small, to play your royal position, to get serious, get focused, get laser focused on the assignment, and consistently show up for you. You consistently show up for everybody else. You consistently show up for your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your kids, your co-workers, people who you're in partnership with. You show up for everybody else but yourself, sis. You got to consistently show up for you. It's me versus me. And I'm taking that from a queen that I had the opportunity to interview on my podcast. And I love that she said that, Dr. Vanessa, who you'll hear the sounds of her voice here in a little bit, but it's me versus me in every way imaginable. There's no comparison. There is no other Dr. Nikita Davis. There is no other you. And even if they do what you do, baby, they can't do it like you oh so well. Do you hear me? And so I need you to take these tips. I need you to pray on these strategies, and I need you to apply them so you can pray, slay, collect, in this season, your impact, because I know that you're pouring, I know that you're giving, I know that you're serving, but now I need for none of us to be broke. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, Queen, it is time for you off to the next amazing, phenomenal speaker. I want to just give a shameless plug. If you're wanting to join us for our upcoming anthology, Black, Bold, and Beautiful, make sure you reach out to me on info@JesusCoffeeandPrayer.com. If you want to be a part of our next magazine edition, we do them bi-monthly, then make sure you follow us at Women Win Network on IG. You can slide in my DM or you can click on the link in my bio to be one of our future glam cover girls and be featured all over the globe. We do have a readership from the US to the UK to Canada, Barbados. Folks is looking us up and reading our magazine from the Philippines and the Ukraine too. So if you're to get that visibility, then make sure you're level and you recognize that you need sound wisdom. A PR can help you facilitate and navigate your global brand. Then you already know what time it is. Reach out to your girl, Dr. Nikita Davis. You can shoot me an email at info@JesusCoffeeandPrayer.com. You can slide in my DM. That's quite fine too. And we can get you in a game and get you a consultation because this is your season. This is your season. And there's a shift in the atmosphere. And I'm not saying that just because it's the Women Win African Explosion. It is because it is so. Do you understand me? And this time it hits different. You got to stop looking at your brand and your business as it is today. You got to start looking at it and going for the goals as what it will be tomorrow. Do you understand? But you've got to get in position with the things that I provided to you, the tips I've provided, and the queens who have already spoken to you, and the women who will be speaking to you next. So, Queen, it's time to play your royal position. Make sure you follow me on Jesus Coffee and Prayer on Instagram, Facebook, Women Win Network on Instagram, Facebook, and Pop Your Crown Sis on Instagram. God bless you, and I love you, and I'm speaking blessings over your life. So check it out real quick. This next powerhouse queen is absolutely phenomenal. I had the opportunity to meet her very recently, probably like 2-3 weeks ago. And not only is she beautiful, but she's got the brains to match. This sister got it going on. And I'm talking about none other than Joya Anderson. So let me give you her bio, right? And then we're going to bring this beauty queen on the line so she can pour into you in this season. Joya, she's gifted. Come on, somebody. But she's specifically gifted at lighting up a room and making people feel like family. Joya Anderson elevates the buying and selling experience with her passion for high-touch services with Atlanta Fine Homes. And I pray that I'm saying this right. Sotheby's International Realty. If I'm wrong, she can correct me. Using her knowledge of the Atlanta market, her genius for solving problems, and her wide open heart, she helps clients find the right fit for their needs and navigate a complex process with ease. Her great strength as an agent is her open, gentle personality, that instinctively inspires trust. Come on, somebody. Dedicated to serving clients with excellence, she is known for being solution focused in negotiation. Come on, somebody, listen, and getting the job done. This powerhouse beauty queen, I will also say you can check her out. She's on OWN Networks. Put a ring on it, where she is just doing the doggone thing. I've been loving watching her journey and watching the entire season. So make sure y'all support her. Make sure y'all follow her on Instagram at Joya Anderson _ Queen. It's time to play your royal position. Joya, welcome to the Women Win African Explosion 2.0.
Hello. I'm so happy and blessed to be here as a keynote speaker in this presentation with you guys today. I mean, I am just thrilled. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikita, for inviting me to speak. Thank you so much for the speakers that came before me. You guys are phenomenal. I've learned so much already. So I'm just excited to be here. I'm hoping that you guys can get some really good takeaways because Queens, like she said, it is time to play our royal position. And I'm just so excited to drop some gems on y'all today to help you level up and get in the flow of generational wealth and building your income streams, because that is how we take advantage of our lives and our futures. So I'm going to jump right into it. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I put together for you guys today because I thought it would be a little bit easier for you guys to follow along with some of these investment strategies that I'll be going over. So we're going to get right into it. Real estate investment strategies empowered by the African American woman. So next slide, please. What you can look to learn from this presentation are 4 strategies of wealth creation, how to overcome barriers in real estate investing, global real estate market trends, and also how Atlanta Fine Homes Sotheby's International Realty can assist you in your investing strategies to go ahead and tap into that generational wealth that we want to create. Next slide. So thank you so much for that dynamic introduction. I want to just dive in a little bit more about who I am and my background. Again, my name is Joya Anderson. I'm a global real estate advisor with Atlanta Fine Homes Sotheby's International. But before I tell you how I can help you, I really just want to tell you a little bit about where I came from and what my background is, because it wasn't always an easy journey to get here. Next slide. So I'm from Rochester, New York. If any of you guys are from New York, on the other side, this is on the western side of New York that real New Yorkers don't claim. It's extremely cold. It's very close to Canada, about 2 hours away from Toronto. And it's a very, very small city. And when I grew up there, I always knew that I was destined for more. I always knew that I was destined for greatness. I always knew that I was, I had bigger goals, bigger dreams. I knew that I wanted to do something bigger, but coming from a small town, there weren't many opportunities. Next slide. So, at that point, I went to Buffalo, which is right next door to Rochester. I got my bachelor's degree in broadcast journalism. And what is so important about that for me, I'm the first one in my family to do it. Where I come from, my parents didn't have college backgrounds. My parents didn't grow up, with very high education. I'm the first one in the family to do it. So that was a huge, very rewarding feeling to be someone that my other siblings or other people in the family can now look up to, because I achieved something that no one else has done. And I also, at that time, I tried out and became a Buffalo Bills cheerleader. So I was able to not only, get a bachelor's degree, which is the first in the family, I was also able to, network with NFL players and other celebrities. Being a Buffalo Bills cheerleader, I was able to dance in front of hundreds of thousands of people and grow my confidence and grow my ability to be a speaker and my authenticity as far as just who I am and walking in my power and walking in my purpose. Because before me, I had no really good influences that really came from my family or anything to help me do that. So it was just one of those things where I realized that I was in control of where I go. And it really just helped me to, keep moving forward in my life and my journey and my career. But that career as a dancer, in the NFL was short-lived. Next slide. When I became a mom, I had my son, and I knew that, being a mom, I wasn't able to do that type of career anymore. I needed to do something that was a little bit more stable and had a little bit more stability for myself and my son. So next slide. I started my career in customer service. What I loved most about that part of my career path is that it taught me how to talk to people. It taught me how to learn and understand how people think, how people, it just taught me a lot of growth as far as how to communicate. It helped me to work on my communication skills, and honing in on that part of my career is really what led me to the next part of my career. But it was still in Rochester. So I decided that, okay, Rochester's not big enough. I want to move to a big city that would give me a lot more opportunities to grow and connect with other people. So I moved to Atlanta. to start my career in broadcast journalism, but I failed. And I failed because I realized that it was more about who you know rather than what you know. And I didn't have the experience, I didn't have the connections, and I failed. I ended up moving back home to Rochester. But when I tell you, every failure comes with a seed of greater success. That failure is what put me on the path to greatness. And I am so thankful that even though I call it a failure, that was ultimately what led me to my success of being an entrepreneur. Because when I went back home, I tapped into my prayer. I tapped into praying to God, asking what I know that I'm meant for something more. I know that I'm meant for greatness. Teach me how to tap into what is inside of me so that I can live in my full purpose, so that I can live in my authenticity, so that I can, level up and be the person that I know I'm meant to be. So that's how I decided to become an entrepreneur. I got my real estate license while I was in New York. And next slide. Transferred it to Georgia, and now I'm a luxury real estate agent. I've been able to work with over hundreds of families selling real estate. I run a multi-million-dollar real estate business selling luxury real estate. I'm a certified seller's representative. I work with the National Association of Realtors, the Atlanta Board of Realtors, and I'm also a global real estate advisor now with Sotheby's International because they have a global reach. So it's one of those things where your career is not always going to be a straight line. Your life, your success, it's not always going to be a straight line. But no matter what failures or successes you go through, you got to keep moving forward. You have to know that there is something inside of you that's calling you for greatness, something inside of you that you can help and inspire others just by continuing to go on your journey of growth and following your intuition and praying and being faithful to just knowing that you're meant for more. So, that was the start of my career, as far as becoming a real estate advisor. And I'm hoping that this presentation that I'm going to, share with you guys today is going to help leave you with some nuggets on how you can build your generational wealth with your family to grow. Next slide. And I know Dr. Nikita kind of shared with you guys as well that I am on a reality TV show that's airing right now called Put a Ring on It. My partner, Jasha, I actually met him doing real estate. He is phenomenal. He's a realtor as well. We work at Atlanta Fine Homes Sotheby's International together. And we're also on this nationally syndicated TV show on OWN. And if you guys get a chance, check us out. It's a really fun, exciting journey that we go on. And we're on episode, I think, 7 right now. So you guys still have time to catch it. Next slide. So 4 investment strategies for wealth creation: cash flow, appreciation, tax benefits, and leverage. Next slide. So the goal and the purpose to create cash flow is to get you to passive income. Passive income is the fastest way for us to create generational wealth and take control of our financial future. The goal, and when you're investing in properties, is to get a return on your investment. You can do that by short-term rentals. You can do that by long-term rentals. There's also another option that has become a lot more popular more recently, Airbnb. So quick story, I have a client that I've been working with now for a few years, and he has used this Airbnb strategy to literally create generational wealth, and him and his wife, and I think it's phenomenal. So what they do is they started with their first property. They invested in that first property. They Airbnb'd it out. And what they've been able to do is they take the income that they're making from their Airbnb, they're paying off the mortgage on their investment property faster. And they've done that several times where now they own 4 properties free and clear from using this investment strategy of turning a rental income into cash flow that has paid off their investment houses and generated more wealth while keeping their full-time job. So if they wanted to quit their jobs right now, they have the opportunity to do that. However, it's a strategy. You have to just first get the first one. start moving forward on your first investment property, then use that cash to supplement and you know, fund your lifestyle so that you can go on to the next property and the next property and the next property. Because once you create that passive income stream, if you want to quit your job or you want to do something different, you now have the funds, you now have the income stream and the passive income to do that. Next slide. Another example is appreciation. This allows investors to build wealth as their properties appreciate in value. Give me just a second. My throat is a little dry. Hold on. This allows so fast, my throat is getting dry. Appreciation allows investors to build wealth as their properties appreciate in value. One of my clients that I've worked with, she bought a home. She bought a home for $500,000 in the pandemic, and we bought it, and 8 months later, she was able to sell that exact same property for $630,000. She made a profit in 8 months on appreciation of $130,000. Now, what can you do with that? If you purchase a property for $500,000 and you are able to sell that property 8 months later and make a profit of $130,000, what can you do with that? You can invest that money in another property. You might even be able to get 2 properties out of that. So it's really the appreciation value that you can create through investing in real estate. That right there is a key, you know, a key to generating wealth and building wealth, because if you are able to take advantage of that with the properties that you invest in, boom, that's a win, right? Next slide. Tax benefits are also a really good wealth building strategy through investing in real estate. Real estate offers several tax benefits, including deductions for mortgage interest, property taxes, repairs and maintenance, and depreciation. Tax benefits can lower an investor's overall tax liability, allowing them to keep more of their rental income and profits when selling properties. And these tax benefits can help investors build wealth faster and more efficiently. So you also have a lot of tax benefits that you can get through real estate. Next slide. Leverage. So leverage is basically when you do the research on a property and see how you can leverage that property to make more money. Real estate is a tangible asset that can be passed down to future generations and creating lasting legacy of wealth and financial empowerment. And, you know, working with a realtor that can do the financial analysis for you, look at the property and let you know what the long-term, you know, investment will look like, whether you're looking to do an Airbnb or a, you know, short-term or long-term rental. Having the idea of how you can leverage the equity in your property. So meaning, like, how can you leverage this property? How can you use this property to make more money? Next slide. Overcoming barriers. So it may seem like a huge barrier to get into the real estate game. And a lot of people say, I don't know where to start. Next slide. And there are 2 reasons that women don't invest in real estate: lack of knowledge or lack of capital. Either you don't know how to get in, or you say, I don't have the money to get in. I don't know where to start. So next slide. A couple of things that you can do is get your finances in order, pay down some debt, lower your expenses, save for a down payment, partner with investors. There are things, as you know, such as crowdfunding or creative financing strategies. And on the right side of this slide, you'll see that it's not that high of a barrier. You know, 580 credit score, 3.5% down, you know, for FHA loan, or a 620 credit score for a conventional loan. You can also, you know, if you've been part of the military or something like that, you can also qualify for a VA loan, which there is no down payment on that. So it really is, you know, taking advantage of the knowledge that you can get from a real estate advisor and learning how to, you know, tap into different creative financing and funding strategies so that you can secure your first property. Next slide. Here are a couple of books that you can read, a couple of podcasts that you can listen to. I've listened to all of these podcasts and I've read all of these books. And I also encourage my clients to do the same. If you are not sure where to start, here's a good, here's some key factors or some key things that you can do to start. Next slide. I wanted to also share with you guys two examples of African-American women who have done this. They have used this strategy, the same strategy that I'm sharing with you guys, to take advantage of, how to invest in property. Sonia Booker is one. Next slide. And Aisha Selden is a self-made millionaire who has also done the same. Next slide. So Aisha, she actually started at the age of 24. She initially invested in a single family home in her hometown and expanded her portfolio, to basically a multi-million-dollar portfolio. She invested in multiple properties. So these are African-American investors who have done exactly what I'm saying that you can do too. Next slide. So global real estate market trends are something that you want to follow. For example, during the pandemic, a lot of people were able to work from home. That's a really good time to invest in real estate. The interest rates at that time were also extremely low. So you have to know how to tap into the real estate trends and find out, well, how can these trends, or what are the trends, and how can I use them to my advantage and my benefit? Next slide. Also, you want to look at the cities that have the strongest economies. I know right now Atlanta is number 5 on the list of where people are moving to in, the US. A lot of people are leaving from California and New York because it's extremely expensive to invest in properties in those particular cities. But if you go to a city where the economy is growing, there are potential investment opportunities, high relocation opportunities. These are places where you may have some really good investment opportunities to take advantage of, but you really just need to know, kind of where the market is going. Also, follow the big businesses. Where is Google and Amazon moving to? What cities are those big, industries moving to? Because if you follow the global market trends, you'll be able to also follow the, good investment strategy trends that will be available for you in those markets. Next slide. So working with the right team of trusted advisors. Like I said, I'm a global real estate advisor. You also want to tap into financial advisors, tax specialists, real estate attorneys. Like, you need a team of, financial people to help you build this portfolio, to take advantage of generational wealth, to help build your network and your net worth. Tap into the different people that are around you. Go to networking events and, meet people. Like Dr. Nikita said, when you want to manifest an investment property or investor in your life, you have to go out, put that energy out there and attract those type of people to you, because we're here, I'm one. And, you just definitely have to get out there and meet people and learn all the things and the strategies that you can take advantage of. Next slide. So working with Sotheby's International Realty, Sotheby's has exclusive partnerships with Superior Exposure. They have over 1,075 offices worldwide in 81 different countries. So this is a global network. You're not limited to just the US. I know for a fact, my partner, Jasha, he was able to run 35 different Airbnb properties in Mexico. We have connections in Mexico. We have connections in other countries. So it's not limited to just US. And, people who are able to tap into other markets, you can have a vacation rental in another market, in another country. You can have an Airbnb in another country. So just keep in mind that real estate investment is not always limited to just where you live or just where you are. There are opportunities all over. You just need to get with the right, advisors and the right strategists to help you figure out what that looks like. Next slide. So what did you guys learn from this presentation? I hope you guys had some really good key takeaways. Next slide. I was hoping that you guys would learn the power of real estate investments, how to create some passive income and wealth and financial independence, how to overcome some of those barriers of entry where you say, I'm not sure how to get in. Here are some, some ideas. Here are some things to show you that it's definitely doable. I've helped multiple of my clients do this. I've helped multiple families buy, sell, invest in real estate, and I can help you too. And you can, reach out to other advisors to assist you with this. But we really, as women, as powerhouse women, we need to be able to take advantage of our own financial, strategies and our own financial independence. And real estate is one of the fastest ways to do that. So I'm hoping that you guys learned a little bit about how to get started in investing and how to grow your net worth and your network. Next slide. So you can find me at www.jayshaandjoya.com. You can reach out to me to book a call to find out some investment strategies a little bit more in depth. We can do a consultation. I would, love to go over what your ideas are, what you're looking for, share different guides with you, share different networks with you. And if you're in a different network, connect you with the right advisors that can help you to start your investment strategy. Because Queens, it is time to level up this season. So I hope you guys got some really good takeaways from this presentation. I thank you all for listening. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got for you today. Check me out on, like I said, put a ring on it and reach out to me. Here's my email. You can find me on Instagram, Joya Anderson _. And I just want to see all my beautiful, ladies and queens out there. I want to see you all take advantage of your financial independence and I'm not sure who the next speaker is, but I am waiting for someone to come on and, or unless you guys have questions. Do you guys have any questions? I don't know how I would be able to take questions, but if you did have questions, I would love to answer them. Quick little Q&A would be cool. Hey.
Is when I saw that you are partnered with Sotheby's, because I am based in Barbados and there is a Sotheby's here as well. And I actually discovered that when I was, I think, either in Mexico or Miami very recently, where I saw this sign and I was like, wow, this is a global brand. And so as you are more independent and wanting ladies to be able to be more confident and being able to take those steps, I was truly feeling inspired because you are with a global recognized brand that is dominating real estate. So I want you to tell us a bit about if you have any specific tips that you can actually share for those women in terms of helping them to become more confident in taking control of their wealth and taking control of making their own money, even as it relates to real estate specifically.
So as far as taking control of your wealth and using real estate as an opportunity to do that, the number one thing you want to do is get your finances in order. Some of us are entrepreneurs, some of us work 9 to 5. Whatever you're doing, to make money, don't spend every dime that you have coming in. Take some of that money, put it aside to invest in things that are going to yield a return on investment. I know for myself, I love shoes and clothes and shopping and things like that, but they don't bring us any money back. So, taking a little bit of money, for example, I'll just give you an example, like, on a $500,000 house, if you're using an FHA loan, then your down payment is, 3 or 3.5%. That's not a huge, amount of money. That's what, $15,000 to $20,000. I've spent that on clothes and shoes and bags. But if you take that same money and invest it in your first investment property and, rent that out or Airbnb it out or lease it out, you now have money coming back into your pocket, money coming back into your home to be able to invest in the next thing. So I think it's more about just being more wise on how we utilize the funds that we do have and make wise choices with the money that we're making.
So basically what I heard you say is that we have to prioritize what's important when it comes to making these type of investments, right? So because as you said, it's easy to blow $15,000 to $20,000 on something like clothes and shoes, but it's just as easy to use that money to make your first down payment. So tell me something, if I wanted to start in terms of investing in some type of real estate, where would be the best option? Is it the first home? Would it be an Airbnb property, a timeshare? Like, what would be your first recommendation to somebody who is a newbie into this whole real estate game?
So my first recommendation would be to get your first property. Now, if you are in a market where you have the opportunity to get a property that they call a duplex, that means that there are 2 units in one. If you can invest in a duplex, that gives you 2 sources of income, meaning, 1 single family home, 2 doors, 2 residents, 2 people paying you. If you have the opportunity to invest in a duplex, that is a gold mine. Because let's just say if you can buy a duplex for $500,000, but now you're making double, on each person that you have in that particular unit, that to me is the fastest way. But let's just say for markets that only have single family homes available, I feel like a single family home that's the easiest, fastest way, because you can, if it's your first home, you can use what they call like the first time home buyer FHA type of loan to get into that home. And there are some FHA down payment assistance opportunities as well. So think about, you're using an FHA loan to get your first property. You can also take advantage of maybe some down payment assistance that may be available to you. You may not even be coming out of your pocket that much, and you can profit so much in the long term. So first investment property is key, because once you do it once, the steps are repeatable and you can do it multiple times after that.
I absolutely love that. And one more question I have for you, it's related to flipping homes. I know quite a few years ago, flipping houses was a big thing where people would have bought properties in low income areas or cheap properties that nobody wanted, and they would have repaired them and flipped them. Is this something that the market is also still doing? Because I haven't seen a lot about it, where people are purchasing homes, repairing, and just flipping them and doing this consistently. Is this something that is a current trend in the market still today?
So flipping is still a thing. People do still use properties and they flip them. But what I have been seeing more recently is that people are holding on to their properties and using those properties to, like I said, Airbnb or short-term rental, because that is giving them the opportunity to, not just make one quick return, because that's what a flip is. Essentially, you buy the property, you invest a little bit of money into it, you sell it to someone, you flip it, boom. That's a one-time profit. You profit one time off of that flip. People are getting more wise to say, why would I profit one time when I can keep repeating and putting more people in here year after year, leasing it out, renting it out, short-term rentals, Airbnb, and make money consistently? Instead of a one-time profit, you're making long-term cash flow that can turn into passive income. A flip doesn't give you that opportunity. So people still do it, but I'm seeing a lot more people utilize the strategies as far as holding their properties and using it to generate more money.
Okay, thank you so much, Joya. Thank you so much for sharing with us this afternoon. It has been a pleasure being able to hear you share from your area of expertise. I am sure that not only the speakers in this room, but all of the persons who are watching live and who will catch this on the replay will be reaching out because you have given us some great food for thought, especially for those of us who want to get our feet wet as it relates to investments that will bring a return, right? So thank you so much, Joya.
Oh, thank you guys. And level up, queens. Love y'all. Take care.
So up next, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and our next speaker is Dr. Cynthia Vito, and she will be presenting today, but I'm going to give you her bio. And Dr. Cynthia is also a part of the Win Network. She's also a part of our amazing team. As a matter of fact, she is responsible for all of the amazing graphics that you've been seeing going around social media, for all of the billboards that have been dropped from Atlanta to New York Times Square. She has done some phenomenal work behind the scenes. All right. So Dr. Cynthia Vito is an award-winning web designer, brand strategist, and she is the CEO of See Beyond Marketing Resource Center, LLC, a multi-dimensional marketing design agency offering state-of-the-art web design, marketing, and other business essentials to a diverse clientele. See Beyond Marketing Resource Center LLC has been reputed as a top-tier specialty, maintaining over 65-star consumer ratings and an extensive portfolio. Dr. Vito has been awarded Top 25 Women in Business for 2021 by Courageous Women magazine, nominated twice for Female Entrepreneur of the Year by Catalyst in Huntsville, Alabama in both 2021 and 2022. And Dr. Cynthia Vito is an official Forbes The Culture member. As I mentioned before, she is the chief brand strategist here at the Women Win Network and Jesus Coffee and Prayer. So she is not with us live today, but she has prepared an amazing message for us, and so we're going to tune in.
Hey everybody, it's Dr. Cynthia Vito here, aka the Website Whisperer, award-winning web designer and web branding strategist. I'm super excited to be with all of you dynamic ladies today at the African Explosion 2.0. I know every woman is bringing the heat, bringing the knowledge, bringing the wisdom, and I'm so excited to share information with you about what to do when there's an impact in your life that's causing for you to be repositioned. There are 3 key things I'm going to discuss with you today that are going to help you elevate your personal brand. So when it comes to different things with life, we all know that there's going to be some transitioning. A lot of people that I know in business are going through a lot of repositioning right now, meaning wherever they started, they're not there anymore. And so because this is a resounding conversation that I'm having with so many people, I really want to help different business owners, different entrepreneurs, different people in life transition. So whether you are an entrepreneur or not, being repositioned in life is just something that's inevitable. So I'm going to give you 3 key things that's going to help you if you are building a personal brand. Now, personal brand means that you're the face of your company. You are the face of your brand. And when you're promoting products and services, people see you. So they automatically associate you, your likeness, your name with a product or service that's being provided. Whether you're a consultant, a coach, an author, any type of boss, if you're the face of your business and you're going through different life changes and repositioning, it's going to directly impact your personal brand. So I'm going to help you today to be able to make those transitions and be able to move through some things that are going to help you. One of the key things that I have learned over the past, I'd say, year and a half through my own repositioning is being able to reconstruct the mind. And I know that seems very traditional, maybe we've heard that before, but I truly believe in the scripture that says, so a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And over the past year and a half, I've learned that I don't have to be a victim to my own thinking, meaning different thoughts will come, different things will happen when you're going through a repositioning in your life. You may not even understand what's happening in your life, but one thing we can begin to do is to have greater control over time thinking about and what we will give our energy to. So if you've ever gone through a construction zone, I know we've seen them before. If you've seen houses being built, you've seen roads being built, and I live in a particular area in Alabama that's constantly having reconstruction. And sometimes they have the sign out where you can really see what's being built, and sometimes they don't. So sometimes we don't have a clear vision of what's going to happen at the end of that construction. But if you've ever gone through a reconstruction zone and there are workers that are out, there's always a greater fine if you're speeding. And if you've ever been like me, you probably have gotten a ticket or two, but I don't encourage that. The point is when you're going through those reconstruction zones, you actually have to slow down and you have to proceed with caution, right? There's going to be nails out there. There's going to be people out there that could be equipment, cement. They'll have those big old orange cones that gets in everybody's way, but they're there to make everybody that's going that path, right, to proceed with caution. So one thing you can think about when you're going through a repositioning in your mind is, number one, you're really not on that path by yourself. There are other people that are going through something very similar to what you're going through. I won't ever say that people are going through the exact same thing because everybody's life is different. And so the way that we handle transitions or being repositioned into something new is going to be different for everybody. Nobody's going to handle those things the same. But that doesn't mean that we're not all going on a similar path, right? Or that we won't cross paths with other people that are going through the same thing. So when you're going through a repositioning in your life and you're entering into a reconstruction really literally has to do with tearing things out and rebuilding things. When I've gone through those reconstruction zones, I'll see something that gets dirt gets built up and all the concrete gets beat up, and I see the bulldozers and they go in and they do like a demolition, right? They go in and they take out all the stuff that's not needed so that a new foundation can be laid. When you are in a repositioning in your life, it's a personal transition that happens in your mind. And a lot of the things that you maybe once thought or the beliefs that you once had, they're no longer able to serve you when you go through a repositioning. When you get to where you're going, you're not going to think the same. The thought process that you may have had last week or last year or even a month ago, it may not be able to sustain the woman that you're becoming, the man that you're becoming. It's just not capable of handling where you're going, right? And so being in a position where you're moving from another, you're going to be filling yourself with new thoughts. And you're going to need to fill yourself with new thoughts, a new way of understanding and perceiving things in order to get to the other side. So when we're going through a reconstruction and we're trying to learn something new, one of the key foundational pieces of a demolition or changing your mind is being able to uproot some of the things that we once believed, right? If you've ever battled with self-esteem, the negative thoughts that you may have had about yourself, carrying those things into your next glory, your next contract, your next business deal is not going to be good. We want to walk confidently and show up and show out in those conference rooms, like on those virtual calls, in those stages where we're going to be speaking, right? On the television shows. We want to show up confidently. But if we're harboring and holding on to negative thoughts and negative thinking in the back of our minds, it's going to be a hindrance. And whether we realize it or not, it navigates and it controls in a way. It controls the way we show up. It controls the way we love. It controls the way we present our personal brands. If we're trying to present a brand and we don't feel confident in who we are, confident at minimum at the service, in the services that we provide, that's going to show up. And people can feel that. People can feel if someone's not sure about something, if somebody's not confident about something, people can sense that. So when you're going through a repositioning and you're dealing with those different thoughts that are going through your mind, it's important to start to replace those things. So I put myself on a challenge one day to get a notebook and actually write down every negative thought that came to mind. Right now, Jesus said something very, very powerful when he said to take no thought, like your drink where you live. But let's go a little bit further. When we start to take on thoughts that just run through our minds, we all have like, I don't know how many, a gazillion thoughts that run through our heads throughout the day. That's just like a natural thing that just happens, right? But sometimes if you are a super creative person, or you're a super sensitive person, or you're a person who is super attentive to a lot of different things, a lot of different thoughts may become overwhelming to you or may get your attention. And so what I would encourage you to do is take a notebook like I did. And when those thoughts cross your mind, write them down. Write them down, write them down, write them down. And like, why are you asking us to write that down, Dr. Vito? Like, it's probably super negative, but it's really not. The goal of it is to make you mindful of the fact that these are the thoughts that you're entertaining throughout your day. And when you start to become mindful of the fact that your mind is full of these things, then you can start to say, or am choosing to allow my mind, right, to dwell on these things. These thoughts, I want to uproot, I want to demo, I want to excavate from my life and from my well-being, and I want to replace it with something new. Just like when we're looking at the reconstruction signs, sometimes they have those pictures and they'll say coming soon. We have to start to picture ourselves where we want to be. When we practice every day seeing ourselves where we want to be, we start to become a little bit different. We start eating a little bit different. Like for me, when I'm going through stress, oh, I'm a muncher. I'm gonna eat my chips. I'm gonna, find something to snack on. It's like a pastime. I really should get some gum, but I haven't gotten to the stage of gum yet, right? But for me, I know I'm a snacker. It's not an area that I have a whole lot of discipline and I'm trying to get to. But as I become more mindful of where I want to be, right? So if I have any other weight goals that I have, even if it's getting back to what I was 6 months ago, if that's my goal, I have to keep that vision in front of me. And I have to live every day today as if I'm her, as if I look like that, as if that's my goal. Why? Because that's where I want to be. And until we start to excavate those thoughts, those beliefs, those patterns in our brain, in our mind that set us back, we won't be able to take hold of that full vision that we really have for our life, for our business, for our personal brands, right? So when we're in a repositioning and we're in it's almost feel like we're being deconstructed, right? Everything we thought we knew, everything we thought we were, we're just not able to be anymore. And that's not a bad thing. Sometimes everything that we thought we were, we weren't. We create these different masks, right? We create these different shields, and we go through life building up what we think is who we are, and then we'll go through a transition or repositioning in life, and then you know what? That was never me, and the real you is now showing up. The vision that you really have, the vision that God really is giving you, who He actually made you to be, is actually showing up. And so it's good to start to be intentional about what you give your mind to. Whatever you give your mind to is where your energy goes, right? So if you dwell on a lot of negativity, your energy will be going over there. You don't want to do that. You want to be able to keep your spirit intact, keep your mind focused on positive things, right? We need to set our minds on things that are above, things that are praiseworthy, things that are of good report. And that doesn't mean that bad things won't come, but we have to be able to say, even if something bad happens, whether it be in my control or not in my control, we can still yield that over to the Father. We don't have to hold all that. We can't, there's only so much we can do anyway, right? But those things are part of being repositioned. Sometimes people are displaced. Things happen in life, and we're not able to be where we were. We're not able to physically be where we were. We're not able to mentally or financially be where we were. And so, if you are in a repositioning right now, the biggest foundational piece that you could start to protect, start to cover, start to build, just like you building physical muscles. Like I hate lifting weights. I'll walk all day. Okay. I will walk all day. I will go on a treadmill. I'll do an elliptical. I don't particularly like weights, but I think there's some benefits to lifting weights. And this is you lifting your mind by feeding your mind positive things. Listen to positive affirmations, right? If you're struggling with self esteem, listen to things that are positive for your mind. Because whether you believe it or not, when we are deciding what type of brand we want to present and the people that we are called to or want to attract or want to be able to speak to, a lot of us are speaking from a place of trauma. We're speaking from a place of pain, right? Instead of a place of victory, instead of a place of growth, instead of a place of power. And when we take the time to rebuild our minds and allow God to reconstruct us indeed and take all the stuff out that was never intended for us to be, the real us, the healed us will come forward, and then we're able to see that vision, right? That vision more clearly. So that's step number one, reconstructing your minds. And again, sometimes you may have to start from scratch, but it's okay. You just got to proceed with a little bit of caution through this season of your life. Number two is taking accountability. Like we have to be able to accept the role that we have played in who we have become. That is one of the, I think, toughest things for a lot of people to do. So even let's take it from a business standpoint. If you're not where you want to be in business, unless you had other people running it, then it was you, it was me, right? We have to be able to say, okay, here's where I made a mistake. Here's where I could have did differently. Here's where I probably should have allowed someone else to come in and really help me with this. And because I was scared, right? Maybe didn't have the revenue, maybe didn't think that they could handle the position, whatever it was, fear, whatever it was. We have to take a look at where we are and say, okay, what could I have done differently? What would what could I have yielded over, right? And just taking accountability for ourselves. Sometimes we have to reassess the patterns that we have that are actually taking people and pushing people away from us, right? So if we have patterns, whether it be communication, whether it be showing up on time, whatever it is, it's a discipline that we haven't mastered. So being able to take accountability and say, you know what, I'm not there. This is not what I'm good at, but I can practice. I'm not the best at doing XYZ, but I can practice. But you'll never get to a place of practice and you'll never get to a place of discipline if you're still in a place of I didn't do it or it wasn't me. I was that song, it wasn't me, I don't want to say all that. You didn't catch me on camera. Nobody's sitting in your home watching you make all the mistakes, right? Watching me make all the mistakes. Nobody's sitting at a camera all day and saying, oop, 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 you're doing all that wrong. We just end up seeing the results of the work of our own hands. And so when you're going through a reconstruction and you're being repositioned and you're working on your mind, you're going to start to take accountability for yourself. And some people may say, well, what if it's something that happened to me? What if I didn't do it? I'm not telling you to take responsibility. Taking responsibility is like taking ownership of what someone else has done. We're not saying that. We're saying even if someone else has done something to us that has directly impacted us, whether it be personal or whether it be business, that however I respond to it is up to me, right? We take accountability for how we choose to handle ourselves, regardless of what happens to us, the stance we choose to take in every situation. Being able to allow your mind to be reconstructed and excavating those negative thoughts and allowing your mind to be filled with positive things and allow your mind to be filled with the things that God has said about you, allowing your minds to be filled with the promises of God. Those that strong fortitude, that work comes up when you're choosing to take accountability. Accountability comes along with that when we choose to allow that growth to take place. It's a place of maturity. And I'm be honest with you, I don't mind being mature, but I have to say being maturity is it's not comfortable. And sometimes it's a bit boring, right? Because then you feel like, well, I don't want to do nothing wrong. I can't do this. Or can you just when you start to become mindful and you take accountability for yourself, the things that probably once were fun or things that used to entertain you or the groups that you used to be around and the places you used to go, it's not as much anymore because you're now entering into a place of maturity and you're more cautious and more mindful and more aware of allowing yourself to be everywhere all the time. You just become more conditioned to a new level of peace, right? It's vital, I think, in this season that we just stop fighting all these different changes that we're going through. When you are being repositioned and you're working on your brand and the brand is you and you're trying to figure it out, you may even feel grief. I remember going through some of the toughest moments of my life in my own repositioning, and when you start to lose parts of who you thought you were and who you built yourself up to be, and then you start being I guess going through a demo process like what we're talking about today. When you're being repositioned, you may even grieve the person you thought you were because that's the person you thought you knew. That's the person that you became most accustomed to, right? Being and showing up as. And when you're going through repositioning and you're refiguring it out, you may even feel sad behind the fact that you can't go back to who you used to be. You can't even find that person anymore. But just to be honest with you, when you're being repositioned and you're going through different changes, that's kind of the goal and that's kind of the purpose of it. The goal is for us to be able to show up differently and have the capacity for what we're made to do for real, right? We're called to the masses, if we're called to the globe, there's just so much that we need to be ready for. And whomever we were before we started going through the reconstruction, whomever we were before we decided to take accountability is not able to go with you where you're going. And I know that seems a little sad. And even if you have to spend some time, I was talking to a dear friend of mine the other day, and she was just like, at this age, at this stage in my life, I just knew for sure I would be in a different position. I would just have this, I would have that, I would be living here, I'd have the spouse. And I encouraged her to just grieve that. Because sometimes when we have our own plans and we have our own desires, and that's not to say we shouldn't have goals for our life. No, especially if God has shown you something and it hasn't happened yet. That's another thing too. Sometimes we're waiting and it just hasn't manifested yet and we just get a little disencouraged. But when we have life desires and goals that we have set out for ourselves and we start going through a repositioning and it's not happening the way we think, and then who we are is no longer that, it's okay to take a moment to grieve what it is that you thought you would have or who it is you thought you were. Be appreciative though, because guess what? The person you were got you on the stage today. The person you were got you to where you are today. Like you showing up as who you were then was strong enough, powerful enough, smart enough, skilled enough, talented enough to open up a door for you to be on Women Win Network, right? To be on the African Explosion 2.0, to be on billboards and in magazines, right? To be visible, to be heard, and to be impactful. So we don't want to discount the person that we were and discredit them. No, that person needs a round of applause. Give yourself a pat on the back. But who you were then and who you're becoming and who you are now is just different. And so we're not able to carry that person. So you don't have to clout chase, like literally clout chase who you were back then, because that person just doesn't exist anymore. It's really like, trying to put the wrong fuel in a vehicle. I have a Jeep, and there's certain gas that I put in my Jeep, right? If I put the wrong gas in the Jeep might go, it may not do what I needed to do. And I love my Jeep. I really, really do. I'm definitely a Jeep girl. Okay. It can be the same for any other car. It can be the same for your vehicle or even a luxury vehicle. If you're going to put regular gas in a premium vehicle, you're going to have some problems. So you got to pay a little extra to get that premium gas. And it's no different. When we start to go through a repositioning and we're learning different things about who we are and what we want to do in business, a lot of things I may have started off doing in business, I don't necessarily do today. And the same may be for you because you've outgrown that. When you have outgrown being in a particular position or doing a particular thing, accept that and then move forward, right? Don't try to feed yourself and fuel yourself with what no longer is sustainable for you. It is really okay to make a change. It's really okay to admit to yourself, this no longer is working for the business. This no longer is working for my personal life. This is no longer something I desire to do, to be a part of. If you're a hairstylist and you're like, I don't want to be behind the chair, I'd rather be an instructor, right? I'd rather be a teacher. If I am behind the chair, it's not going to be for the same purpose. It's going to be for something more impactful. I'm ready to pour out now. I'm ready to sow now. I'm ready to give now. I'm ready to teach now. When you are moving and you are being repositioned from behind the chair to in front of the stage, that is okay. Feed yourself with what you need to transition, right? For what's happening, that repositioning from coming from behind that chair to going on stage. You've really been in the classroom this entire time. All of the work that you have been doing up until this point has literally been your classroom. Even if it's self-taught, you have learned a lot. As a matter of fact, most entrepreneurs I know are self-taught, talented, gifted. And once they got to a certain place, guess what? They got them a coach. Like Dr. Dion, they got them a coach, somebody who was skilled to help take them and transition them to a higher level. So again, when you're going through changes in your personal life, in your personal brand, you want to do number one, reconstruct your mind, work on your mind, work on what you're thinking about subconsciously, work on what you're giving your mind over to, your energy to, your spirit to, because it's going to be what's guiding you and leading you, and being able to say, this is not what God has said about me. This is not who I am. This is not what I believe. I no longer choose to believe into the negativity and feed it. I'm not going to feed that. And you start to allow what's right, what's good, what's just, what's praiseworthy, what's from above to really fall into you and into your mind, it changes who you are. When you start to take accountability, once you get to that point, then you start looking at stuff a different way, right? And you start taking accountability, you start making changes in your business, right? Because there's some stuff you just won't do anymore, some things you won't tolerate. As an entrepreneur, I have had to look at my own personal boundaries and say, is this something that I need to carry over into business? And things will happen in business. I'm like, you know what? I need to have this boundary in place. I need to have this procedure in place. Our personal boundaries, our personal beliefs, a lot of times will show up in how we handle our business, what we will accept, what we won't accept, what we will do, what we won't do, what we'll tolerate, what we won't tolerate. And that needs to show up in our contracts. It needs to show up in how we handle calls or with our team, how we train our team. Those boundaries, those values, those standards, they've got to show up in that personal brand, because that's what you're building, right? You're building a personal brand, and those things are directly connected to who you are. All right. Last but not least, when we go through a repositioning, you got to keep in mind you're literally moving. So when you get to where you're going, it's not going to look like where you were. It's no different than if you walk 2 or 3 steps somewhere. When you get 2 or 3 steps forward, it's whatever you were looking at before, it's not going to look exactly the same, right? It's similar to the disciples in the Bible. They were all witnesses to different situations that were happening with Jesus. And they would have their version of the story. Somebody else would have their version of the story. And I'm pretty sure both stories were true, but guess what? It was different perspectives. They were in different positions when that was happening, right? So the way they saw it, the way they interpret it is going to be different. When you're going through a repositioning, what you see right now and when you get there, it's going to look different. You get in your car, you drive down the street, and you pass the same place every day, or you go to a new location, like it's going to look different as you go along. I literally take my son to school every day, and no day looks the exact same. There's different cars out there. There may be some different stuff on the road, right? I may catch a light. I may go in this lane instead of that lane, but I'm going in the same direction. Nothing looks the exact same. So you're going to be walking in uncharted territory. You're going to be walking in territory that feels uncomfortable because it's unfamiliar. This is a good place, right? This is the healthy you. This is the healed you. This is the you that says, you know what? I'm getting ready to show up and show out fully in who I am today. And when you get to where it is you're going, you don't have to chase your past victories. Sometimes when we have gotten a lot of accolades and we've won a lot of awards and we've done different things, we needed those things to help build up our reputation, right? Our credibility. Any of my clients, I tell you this, and I'm heavy on it, like get your reviews, sis. Like I'm big on reviews, okay? Post the reviews because we need that. It helps build credibility, but don't get stuck on reviews from 6 months ago. No, you need reviews all the time. Most people, when they're doing things with their business and with their brand, they kind of miss that part. But when we think about building up a brand and it's us, and we need other people to validate and confirm that we're the bomb, getting reviews on a consistent basis is a necessary must. I'll screenshot it. I will put it on the story. You want to have that marketing piece, right? That marketing piece that you can use when you're talking about your brand, because people are looking at you. People are following you. People are trying to figure out, when they can get on your calendar, how they can work with you. And while they're going through this process and you're showing up consistently like you are, just like today, when you're pouring out like you are, while you're showing up like this, people are going to go research. And when they go and research, they need to see reviews. They need to see engagement. They need to see new work. They need to see content. They need to see that you are still working on new victories, new things, right? So I want to encourage you to create room for your new victories. Yes, we have victories of the past. Yes, we have awards in the past. But when the new you shows up and you get into this new position, there is something new awaiting for you there as well, right? And then also, don't forget to keep the mind of being in service to the people that you are called to the people that you are made to really help, to elevate and take to a new level, right? When you have that type of heart, right, it's still to serve. And when I say serve, I'm not saying, well, let people walk all over you. Nope, I'm not doing that anymore. We're not doing that. We're not allowing ourselves to be doormats. That's not what that is, but it is a reminder that you are still a vessel in whatever capacity it is, that you're designed, they're paying you for a service, but really you are designed to pour out, to pour into them, their business, whatever it is. You're still serving in that moment. It doesn't mean you allow people to talk to you any kind of way. It doesn't mean you allow clients to disrespect your time. It doesn't mean that you just let anything go, right? Because when we are working on reconstructing our minds and we're working on how we show up in our personal brands and we're taking accountability, we take accountability for how we allow people to treat us and how we allow people to treat our businesses. And when we start to show up in the new us, where we no longer think the same, we no longer tolerate the same things, we shut those things down and we still show up in the best way to be able to serve, but in confidence, right? And still knowing that we are very, very valuable in who we are. So we don't throw away our confidence. We don't cast away being phenomenal just because we're in a place of service. We walk confidently in that, right? But we just want to make sure that we're being conscious of the fact that you're going to have other accolades, you're going to have other awards in this place, but don't seek that out, don't search for that, don't run after that. There is a reward for just being obedient. There's a reward sometimes just for showing up against all odds. Can you just show up? Sometimes showing up is such a blessing, right? To just know that you're able to be in the room, that you're able to pour out and pour into in that moment. So be more, I guess, connected to not so much the outcome, but being present in that moment to show up for your clients, to show up for yourself, to show up for your business. With your personal brand that you have, don't let it overwhelm you. Sometimes when it's us and we're the face, sometimes it's hard to show up, right? It's hard to do that sometimes, but it's important for us to be mindful that showing up absolutely matters. It matters a whole lot. And showing up in the best heart and place of service for the people that absolutely love you and the people that are pouring into you as well. So I hope today everybody was able to gather a deeper understanding of even where you may be right now. If you're in a repositioning, you're not the same, you're not in the same place, and that's really okay. But I really hope today you've been able to find some comfort in these words, some understanding, some knowledge, some wisdom that you can apply in your life, apply in your business, right? And apply with your personal brand. It has been an absolute honor to be able to pour out and share information with you all today. I'm so grateful to be on this platform with all of you. If you want to connect with me, you surely can. I'm just Dr. Cynthia Vito on Facebook and on Instagram. Feel free to follow our company at CBI Marketing Resource Center. Love y'all. Be blessed.
Yes, Queen. Yes, yes, yes. And thank you so much, Dr. Cynthia Vito. You are absolutely phenomenal at what you do, how you serve, and how you show up in the land. And we thank you so much for providing the wisdom, the sound bites, really from your expertise. You are not new to this. You are true to this. And it's an honor to have you not only as one of our powerhouse keynote speakers, but to have you as our official chief brand strategist over here at Women Win Network and Jesus Coffee and Prayer. So thank you so much again for all that you do and how you serve and show up in the land, because you are the bomb.com. So make sure y'all follow and support this powerhouse queen who was doing the doggone thing, Cynthia Vito, on Instagram. So next, this beauty queen, you all have been seeing her, but now you're going to get to hear a word from her. I am a living witness to the greatness that God has done in her life. Not that she wasn't already great, but it's such a short amount of time I have watched her literally dominate in her lane of brilliance, not only in her home country of Barbados, but really globally, and helping other moms to take it to the next level and take the big leap. But let me give her credit where credit is due and read her official bio. I'm talking about Dr. Dion Graves. Dr. Dion Graves is a global empowerment keynote speaker, business elevation strategist, and entrepreneurship transition coach who specializes in helping high achieving professional women make the big leap from full-time employment to entrepreneurship with confidence and a game plan. She achieves this through her strategic 3G framework, which helps her clients to transform their passions into thriving new businesses using their knowledge, skills, and expertise. Dr. Graves is an award-winning mompreneur maven who is a #1 international best-selling author, executive producer, and TV show host of the Mompreneur CEO show. Make sure you follow, support, and just get connected with this queen. Follow her on Instagram at the Mompreneur CEO. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Dion Graves. Come on, queen. She's also the VP of everything that we got going on here.
Yes, Queen Mama. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. Thank you so much. You know, today I'm going to be talking to you, amazing queens, and our viewers, and everyone who will be tuned into this amazing African Explosion 2.0 about leveraging the Black in business. And when I was thinking about what I'm going to share, this is what came to me. So I want to start off by talking a bit about the characteristics, you know, our history as people who are Black. So when I think about the Black in business, when I think about the first set of people that come to my mind, when I think about businesses, you know, they were on the other side of the spectrum, but nevertheless, they were businesses in their own. I think about those persons who came through the slave trade. When I think about our ancestors, those people who came as slaves to the Caribbean and other parts of the world, when I think about those characteristics, it reminded me of what being Black in business is for me today. When I look at it, these people were basically, quote unquote, recruited to work on plantations. Yes, it was slavery, but they had something that made them capable of what they were asked to do or forced to do. So they were skilled, they were hardworking, they were industrious. But some of the traits that I found to be quite intriguing is the fact that they were resilient and they were resourceful. When you think about them coming across the transatlantic, you know, the story is told that the slaves used to braid hair maps into hairstyles. So what we know as cornrows or braids, they created maps by patterning it in the hair. And that's how they would find their route and different things. So they were very resourceful. They were very resilient. They were very innovative and creative. So when I think about leveraging the Black in business, these are some of the characteristics that as Black people in business that we have or we can tap into. So the first thing I want to talk about is our ability to be innovative and creative, right? Our ability to be hardworking and industrious. Now, we can do more than labor-intensive work. We can do more than service-based businesses. And I know many of us, including myself, I am a service-based business owner. But we can be independent, we can make great decisions, and we can become powerful leaders as we dominate our lane of genius, right? We can own global brands, we can have conglomerates, because it is okay for us to get up out of the trenches and delegate what needs to be done. And many times as being Black in business, we find ourselves in the trenches, right? Some of us are the last people to put things on automate. Some of us are the last people to hire hands and help, because we are so used to that hardworking, industrious part of our personality, our character, that we are so used to getting our hands dirty. It is difficult, and that's my problem. It's difficult for me to actually delegate stuff. It is not that I can't delegate, but it's difficult. I kind of get a bit of separation anxiety, you know, because it's my baby. I want to make sure that it thrives. I want to make sure that it grows. I want to make sure that it is meeting all the milestones, and so it's difficult. But as Black people in business, we can do more than the hands-on work. We don't have to become employees in our own businesses. And that is one of the things that we have to be mindful of as Black entrepreneurs. Me specifically as a mompreneur, when I would have transitioned from my 9-to-5 into full-time entrepreneurship, I had to remind myself that I was no longer an employee. I had to remind myself that it was okay to delegate. I had to remind myself of some basic principles so that I would not become another employee in my business, right? So we can do more than the hands-on part of our businesses. We can run global brands. We can build global conglomerates because we have that innate thing within us that allows us to do that. We were born to lead, right? We were born to lead. It doesn't matter what picture corporate would have painted. We were born to lead. So we can do more than that hands-on work that we're so used to. There's no such thing as a Black idea, right? I know many people tend to think, oh my gosh, this is so Black. And this is something I've heard before. I've heard people say, this is not such a good idea for whatever reason. But I want to tell you something. There's no such thing as a Black idea. It's not too Black. It is not too ethnic. It is not too, cultural and unique to you that it cannot become a business, right? Your business ideas are good. As a matter of fact, they're great. And many times we come up with so many innovative and creative means of things, but we talk ourselves out of it because we think that it will not be successful. It won't be well received by John public. And so we kind of discredit our ideas for all of those reasons, including our background, our race, and all of these other things that seem to be strikes against us, right? But what you're passionate about, what defines you as a Black person, it can be your biggest superpower in business. So you don't have to feel limited. You don't have to hold back because you are Black. And this is a word that we don't like to use. It is a word that we don't like to say. We try to polish it up. But the reality is we are Black, but we're beautiful. We are Black, but we're powerful. We are Black, but we were born to lead, to dominate, and to do all of these great and amazing things. Some of the things that we can do as it relates to being Black and using that as our superpower, instead of having this crab in the barrel mentality, instead of thinking about, competing against the next person or this cutthroat behavior, we can focus on collaborating because guess what? We have tons of resources. Remember, I talked about being Black, you're resilient, you're resourceful, you're innovative and creative. Yes, we have tons of creative ability. And so if I'm out here plowing in this neck of the woods and you see me, why not come and help me plow in this neck of the woods and let's do more together instead of going to try to plow in another part of the field and start all over again. As somebody normally says, there's no need for us to reinvent the wheel. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, So this mentality that comes with our skin color, sometimes that mentality to which we have been predisposed, we have to understand, listen, it is okay to elevate somebody else. It is okay to help another sister, another brother up because it does not take away from who you are. It does not take away from your strengths. It does not take away from your ability. Another part of that thing is that it is not wasteful if you want to look well. It is not wasteful if you want to, show off a bit. We talk about modesty and being humble. There's nothing wrong with tooting your own horn. There's nothing wrong with looking at yourself and saying, dang, I look good. I look great. I'm awesome. As a matter of fact, my team would tell y'all I was doing it up to a few minutes ago, right? You got to hype up yourself. It's okay to live an abundant life as you're building a business. This is how you let the Black in business thrive. It's okay to be successful. It is okay to be wealthy. It is okay to enjoy the finer things of life. You do not have to always be at the bottom of the barrel. It is okay to achieve success, and it's okay to enjoy that success. Your skin color is not a limitation, it is an advantage, right? Every culture and every race is unique, and the best way to effect a change in any culture, the best way to, to spread the message or the nuances of your culture is to just show up as your authentic self. There's nobody else like us as Black entrepreneurs. There's nobody else who brings to the table what we bring. There's something about us as Black people. When we look at being resilient, when we look at being strong, when we look at being independent, when we take those traits and we apply them to our businesses, there's strength. And this is the kind of strength that we need in our businesses for longevity. This is the type of resilience that we need in our business to build, to create that legacy. Many of us as Black entrepreneurs, we talk about leaving things for our children. As a matter of fact, the modern day entrepreneurs that I know. So if we're seeking to change that narrative, where before it was like, this poverty mindset, this crab in the barrel mentality where I don't need to leave anything for anybody to spend my money, but we're looking to elevate the next generation, we have to be able to be comfortable in our own skin, not just as it relates to color, but as it relates to the successes that we accumulate as Black entrepreneurs, right? We have to be able to help the next generation get a leg up. The generations before did not have it easy. It was a rat race. It was all types of things going on. They didn't have it easy. They weren't able to pass on wealth to some of their children and grandchildren due to various reasons and constraints, right? And as we looked around in the world before, especially before me joining in the entrepreneurship game, when I looked around the world before, there weren't many entrepreneurs of my color. And I'm not saying this to be racist or any such thing. When I looked around in my country, there weren't many Black entrepreneurs or people that represented me. So we have to help the next generation get a leg up. What are our children passionate about? What are they good at? Are we going to coach them and tell them, hey, go work for somebody and get a good paying job? No, if that is their desire, let them do that. But there's some children who are gifted in other areas. How can they then rise up and be a part of the legacy as it relates to being Black in business, right? What are some of the things that they can do that will make them stand out? Let me tell you something. They're creative beings. There are some things that our children are going to do that we have not yet seen. And it is our responsibility to give them the next leg up. Create the wealth, create the opportunities that it is easier for them to be able to rise without having to worry. If they want to go to college or university, if that's their dream, we should have the resources to be able to do that. Our businesses are not just out here to serve and for us to be slaves, but our businesses are out here to be platforms for the next generation, that our ceiling will be their floor. We are changing the narrative. So when I think about leveraging the Black in business, all of these things come to my mind. And I know somebody may be saying, yeah, I get it, I feel it, but how do we effect this type of change? Research, do some research. One of the other queens on this line, Queen Imani, she's a queen pin when it comes to researching, right? She recently launched her business and she did tons of research. And she's a walking encyclopedia. Do some research, because knowledge is not just power, but it is key to breaking free. So when you think about being Black in business, there are tons of strategies that you can use to start or to expand your businesses. Are you investing in that? Are you investing in yourselves? Are you investing in your vision? Are you investing in the future of your legacy? They're not just books. Back in the days, it was just books. You had to go to the library and read a book. Now we have so much technology that affords us to get information at our fingertips. Having mentors, having coaches, having a tribe of people, having a corner squad that is supportive of your vision, where you can bounce those ideas off of them without having to fear, oh my God, am I going to tell them this and they're going to run with it? This is how you're going to do your research. So there are multiple ways to get the information that you need. Learn from somebody who's already done what it is that you want to do. This is how we leverage the Black in our businesses. If they were successful at doing something, you don't have to replicate that. But what you can do is take it, learn from it, and see how best you can use it and be even more improved in what you want to accomplish. Partnering with each other. There's strength in numbers. I talked about collaboration briefly. When we think back to our ancestors coming across in the transatlantic slave trade, if they were not unified in their purpose, many of them would not have survived. Yes, there were casualties along the way. Yes, there was loss of life. But if they were not unified in their purpose, especially when they came into those plantations and stuff and they wanted to be set free, when they were looking to have their freedom, if they were not unified towards their purpose, they would never have made it. So who can you partner with? Who can you join forces with? Who can you collaborate with? You don't have to do business by yourself, right? You can still have your own business and you can still be a partner with somebody else. I am a living testament of that. And I know if Dr. Nikita is there, she's going to agree with that. You can partner. Who is that person that you can join forces with? Because guess what? You have resources that they don't have. They have resources that you don't have. But when you bring it all together, we can all eat. We can all eat. Another way for changing that narrative is to take notes, right? Look and see what other successful businesses are doing outside of our race. Now, I live in Barbados, as I said, and a lot of the businesses here are predominantly owned by other people in other races, right? And one of the population that I actually admire are the Muslims and the Syrians, right? They come to Barbados to make a better life for themselves, and they start businesses. And they don't just have one business, they start multiple businesses. They have their families come and they start businesses for their families. They have one community. What if we are as black entrepreneurs, especially as queens of color, if we put ourselves in a position where we can have a community of resources that we can pull from? Do you understand how powerful that would be? Where we see somebody who wants to start that business, or maybe they have an idea, or you see that potential, but you have all the resources that you can pull together and help them to get us a good footing. Instead of throwing birthday parties and all of these things, we can do business showers. When somebody has a business to launch, what are some of the things that they need that we can pull together our resources to ensure that they have a good start? So take notes. Look at what other people are doing in businesses. Don't get upset or angry about their success. Don't get frustrated, because in my younger years, I used to get frustrated and say, boy, every time I look around, these people opening businesses. But there was a strategy to that. Take what is good and apply it and see how we too can accelerate our growth as a people of color. Being black in business and being able to leverage that, it goes deeper than the color of our skin. We are forced to be reckoned with. We are brilliant. We are dynamic. We are unique. And let me tell y'all something, right? Because I'm from the Caribbean, I could tell you we are the spice of life. All right? We are the spice of life. So let us look to see how we can incorporate not just the skin color, but the strengths of our character as people of color, as black men, as black women, as black entrepreneurs, as black moms. Let us see how we can incorporate those things that people would easily use against us into strengthening and growing our businesses and creating global brands, global conglomerates, and a global legacy. So I am Dr. Dion Graves, the Mompreneur CEO, business elevation strategist, and entrepreneurship transition coach, and the #1 global empowerment speaker that you need to know. Follow me over on Instagram at the Mompreneur CEO, and let's chat.
Yes, Queen. Listen. First of all, let me just say all of the speakers have been phenomenal. I have been over here taking notes, honey. Like I said, we are live broadcasting from Botswana, and I'm over here taking notes on all of these nuggets, these golden gems, if you will, that all of the speakers have given thus far. And Dr. Dion, you fall right in alignment with just some of the key cornerstones of what you said. I know we personally, we listen, we talk about a lot, okay? We talk about a lot, honey. People don't even understand, like, to the depth of the core, the late night hours where we are discussing not only just our next level up, but the women who are divinely connected with us by faith and with their consistency and their work ethic. But how can we take this to the next level, not just for our individual selves or our individual families or our individual children, but us as a collective? There's power in that. And you mentioned that when you talked about the strength. We have the strength in the numbers, and that's our heritage. That's our lineage.
That's
it was the strength that, we are right now, the women speaking, the women who are watching this, the African American, Black queens, women of color. We are our ancestors' wildest dream. Do you understand? We are broadcasting from Botswana in our own free will and our own right mind, able to reach the nations. They wouldn't even be able to understand this, but they paved the way for this. You understand? And so it is my duty, it is our duty as sisters, as women of faith, as Black women to give back. And this is one of the outlets that we're able to do that. And like you said, I love how you gave the example of the Muslims and the other ethnicities. You know, originally the thought process is, oh man, they just starting all the businesses. You know, you can take it that way, or you can say, you know what, I can learn from them, because
That's
at the
right.
end of the day, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ, right?
Correct.
But you can learn from them, and it's the same strategy and how we move with our businesses. I'll share this super duper quick before we move on to the next powerhouse speaker that Dr. Dion will properly announce. But I remember doing my research, and it was on McDonald's, right? And McDonald's, did you know, Mickey D's, I'm loving it, okay? They did not start off selling burgers. They actually started off selling hot dogs. Yeah, you can Google this, people. They were selling hot dogs. And what elevated their business to the next level was there was a bank that wasn't far from them. And they saw that the bank had instituted a drive-through. So you know how you go to your teller, sometimes you go inside, but they get the bank portal on the outside. And they saw the way that that was moving. And they said, you know what, if we incorporate a drive-through, then I bet we can accelerate the clip in which we make money and ultimately sell burgers and fries and shakes and all that other stuff that they do in the apple pies on the side. So they went out of their own marketplace as a hot dog spot, or essentially a restaurant, a food spot, and they picked up the nuggets from the banking institution. And once they did that, the business just took off all over the map. So what am I saying? I'm essentially saying what you were saying, Dion, is that we got to be able to bridge the gap and work together. Listen, eat the fish and leave the bones. So you may not exactly, you might not be in the exact same business that I'm in, but there may be a specific model that you're using that would be beneficial to me and the people that I serve. So, and this goes back to what Joya was talking about, you know, doing the global market research. You got to look at the market trends. So sometimes I feel like us as Black African-American women, we get so caught up in, I like to call it our chitlin circuit, meaning that only the people who do what you do, only the people who think like you think, only the people who say what you say. So you end up networking with the same group of people. Yeah. You end up networking with the same group of people with the same think tank thought processes, which there's nothing wrong with that to an extent, but we've got to expand our mind. And so you've been able to expand your mind just by seeing the other nationalities that are in, and ultimately help your clients, which allows you to make more impact and more income. I hope y'all picking this up, Queens, because we dropping the gems. I'm trying to tell you. I've tried to tell you. So I appreciate you. You know that I adore you. You are thebomb.com, and I have just seen you bless so many lives. Just in the, you know, when you think about, we live in the 120, in the last year, you have touched just hundreds of women's, if not thousands, across the globe, whether that be in your coaching program, your consulting, hosting your luxury global retreats and events, you know, for stepping on and crushing different stages. So I appreciate you. I honor you. And I thank you for deciding to be along this journey with me. This is how we play our royal position as women of color, Black women who are going to do the doggone thing, because we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. So thank you, Queen. So I'm going to hand it back to you,
Thank you.
As we continue this party for the Women Win African Explosion 2.0. Let's go.
Yes. Listen, thank you so much for that. You know, so these gems. And I'm about to introduce to you another gem, but she is Queen. She's the queen of travel and tours, all right? And her name is Anissa Brathwaite. Anissa Brathwaite is the proud CEO and founder of AB&G Travel and Tours LLC and Anissa LLC. She is a business achiever, spiritual dreamer, global empowerment speaker, co-author, licensed healthcare professional, and airline retiree. A testament to the true value of travel, entrepreneurship, the faithful power of positive thinking, a sharp, polished image, and the commitment to serve others, she has been featured in Women Win Digital Network publications, and global speaking events. She has been illuminated in the lights of NYC Times Square and Atlanta billboards, and featured on major networks, radio, and newspaper outlets, and appeared in a one-on-one interview at the BET Awards in 2022. So it gives me great pleasure to bring to our virtual stage for African Explosion 2.0, Anissa Brathwaite.
Hi, Queen. Hello, everyone. Hi. It's such a pleasure.
Please
Can you hear
proceed.
me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Yes, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dion. It's such a pleasure to be here once again, another year, along with each and every one of the Powerhouse Queens. I am so delighted to hear all the speakers, and just as we pour into others, we are also empowering each other. And as you stated, and Dr. Nikita stated too, this is all about collaboration. It's not about competition. It is all about us helping and supporting each other along the way, and that is truly a blessing. So I'm so grateful about that and this platform too. What I want to speak today about is the strength from within. And this is also a sample of myself, an experience within myself. And I hope that it'll be able to touch so many and motivate others at the same time. So when you follow the road of life, it may be a little rocky, and it will be at times dark. We may feel that we are alone. We may feel like giving up. Pressure and stress can take the best of us, and doors may seem to be closing and many questions unanswered. You will say to yourself, this road of life is just getting harder and more difficult. Voices whispering and telling you to take it easy, or maybe perhaps to just give up. And I know that I'm not speaking just for myself. I know many out there have felt that same way. So I'm here to tell you that although you may feel like you're walking in the valley of the shadow of death, you will fear no evil because God is with you at all times. So that mountain of stress, addiction, depression, and insecurities, you will need to speak to and declare to it your victory. Ask God not to just remove the situation, but instead to give you the strength to walk by faith with your shoulders back and your head up high, knowing that you are a victor and not a victim. So I want to tell you a little bit about myself. So beyond just being Anissa, the CEO of ABNG Travel and Tours and Anissa LLC, how did this all started? As a young Panamanian girl coming to this country for the first time, not really knowing much, being afraid, and having insecurities along the way too. I felt alone in many occasions, and what I did within myself is always kept God on my side. I always kept prayer, which is number one for me. And that has helped me along the way. So I always have this desire to be in the airline part of the tourism. I also have the desire of being part of medical field. And I went ahead and pursued the desire on the traveling field, in which I became just not customer service, but went to management. And for management, I climbed up the ladder. But then I still have that desire invested in me that I could do more, and there was much more within me. And they came the spirit, which spoke to me and said, but you can also own your business. You can also open up that travel and that desire that you have. And so I did on 2013 and opened ADNG Travel and Tours. And by doing such is a dedication, as I love traveling, but I also love educating others. I also love helping others. And not only with the experience of going different places and learning different culture, but it's also learning that you can also be able to be a blessing to so many others. And you can believe the stories that I have heard from many other people that I have been aligned with. And all of this is not only about building up a legacy or building up my business, but it's also to be able to build those that are around you and those that you can tell them, hey, you can do it too. You can pursue it. And I want to tell you a little bit more beyond that. As I continue to pursue that and work along the way with my traveling and with the other airlines experiences I still had the desire on the medical field. I pursued it and got my degree as well. So as a licensed healthcare professional, I still dedicated that time to help those along the way. So guess what? Don't get settled into just doing one thing and just sitting and saying, this is it. This is what I'm good for. No, you have that fire, you have that desire in you, and you know you can do more. So just keep building up, just keep going with that flame that you have within yourself. And so, not only pursuing the medical field, and the voice kept saying to me, you know, you have this style, you have this class, you have this way of your look, of how you like to carry yourself, your clothing. And so I opened Anissa LLC, which is a woman luxury clothing design, designed by me. And what this said is that you, if you settle by being afraid and staying on the shadow of darkness, you're not going to see the greatness that you have within yourself. You're not going to be able to see that you can elevate to much more. Where can you head to? Where can you advance? Where can you go? Who can you touch? But you have to start with the first step, and that step is faith. You may not know where you're going. It may seem difficult and rocky. Sometimes you just have to close your eyes, but just listen to that voice inside of you and say, I can do it. I'm going to make it. I don't know how it's going to happen. You got to sacrifice, but you're going to get it done. But it's all about praying. It's about listening. It's not about doing it your way, but it's about listening to the way that God wants you to do it. Also, there was another test because God do test us in many different ways. And there was this test as I advanced in my career of, okay, here you are, and you're working in this great hospital, good benefits, and you still have your business and everything else. But then God says, okay, I know I want you to focus fully on your business. I want you to leave that and I want you to focus on your business. And here come as a human sense, a human person itself will be, oh, I don't know I can do it. I'm afraid. I don't know if I'm going to make it. And you're going to have that feel uncomfortable within yourself until you do what you're supposed to do. And I did once again took that step of faith and I focused fully into my business. When I did that, I saw God took me into so many levels and advancements. I sat on tables where multimillionaires came to me, spoke to me without me going and asking or seeking them. But that's because God brings people to you when you do and when you follow the righteous way, the way that He wants to take you to elevate you to the next level. So all of these speakers are pouring out their experience, their testimonies. They're saying all of this to you as I am saying to you too. And it's to take that time to really listen to what exactly you want to do. And even if you're currently working now on a 9 to 5 job or you're studying, going to school, whatever it is that you're doing right now, listen to to that voice inside of you, because there's something great in you. There's greater in you. There's the next best thing that is there to come. So while you're at work, you know this is not where I'm staying. I have much more to offer. I have much more to give. So wherever you go, you need to go to your highest potential. So with me pursuing all these steps and doing all what it was required, what God wanted me to do, taking sacrifices along the way, I was able to once again, God says, you it's like he was preparing me and said to me, you're gonna be retiring. And I said to myself, no, I'm too young to retire. And but I said, if you put it in me, that means it is done and it will be done. And I continue to do my part as God did his part too. Here come an opportunity where I was able to receive a retirement package from where I previously worked my 10 years in the airlines. So what I'm saying to you, if God did it for me, he can do it for you. You have to put that discipline into yourself. So I want to leave you with these few words of encouragement. I hope that it touches your heart. I hope that you start making those steps today. And what I'm saying to you is that is listen that still voice, that feeling that comes deep in your soul. Don't be distracted by what others say. What are you doing? And I don't think you can make it, or you're just gonna stay there, or you don't have the degree or the knowledge or so. No, don't just listen to what others say to you, but just listen to that voice inside of you. And whatever you may not understand, just go and take it into prayer. Just take the moment to do affirmations, because I do that every morning. There's moments where you feel um, um, not knowing what to do, and you have to take that time and you say, God, what must I do? I don't understand this. I need your help. Can you help me? And he will guide you to the direction that you need. So, in order to climb the ladder, you need to take the steps of discipline, responsibility, and accountability. So, I want to leave you with these three key takeaways. And it's take bold steps of faith, number one. Okay? So, the key to exercising this consciously strengthening your capacity to recover relatively quickly from difficulties and developing your mental elasticity. So this takes discipline and being bold in your dreams. Number two, giving up is not an option. So by doing so, keep this verse an affirmation in your life, which is Isaiah 40:31. But those that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. And number three, learn that no means next opportunity. So getting no's is not a problem for me. It is okay, because I know that after I pass those no's, the yes is on the way. And you never know how close you are to your yes. So stay persistent and focused, because I have got so many no's. I have prayed so many times for a specific situation, and I got so many no's, but my yes did come. And I was so grateful that I maintained my faith and my belief, because I got what I was asking for. So I am asking you to keep on being persistent in what you want and the desires that you have in your heart. So I will end with one of my favorite dynamic quotes, and it is, be bold in your dreams, persistent in your strength, and let faith empower empower you to succeed. So this is Anissa Bradwick, your one and only proud CEO and founder of ABNG Travel and Tours and Anissa LLC. You can find me at Facebook at Anissa Pamela, Instagram Anissa Pam, or if you could also follow me at ABG Travel and Tours on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So I hope that each and every word that we pour into you is been of a blessing, and I wish you the best on this Saturday. Bye.
Anissa, thank you so much for that message. Listen, y'all, Anissa again is so one of my favorite powerhouse queens. She's quiet but powerful, impactful, and thank you so much, Anissa, for sharing such an inspirational message with us today. You are just amazing. All right. So I am going to introduce our next speaker. And I'm not going to talk too much about this speaker, but I'm going to tell you a little bit, all right? I'm going to give you her bio, but I'll give you one or two secrets behind the scenes. So Dr. Joselle Doyle, she's next up on the African Explosion 2.0 stage today. And listen, she has had a busy week. She was flexing in Barbados this week with me and my amazing powerhouse team. I know she's back in Kansas, ready to ignite the global stage here at African Explosion 2.0. So Dr. Joselle Doyle, MD, is a double board certified neonatologist and pediatrician. She is a physician entrepreneur, inspirational speaker, and founder of Jade's Purpose, which focuses on philanthropy and provides a consultancy service for neonatal care. She is driven to help other God-driven, single professional females whose desire is to build a life of health, wealth, and legacy using hydration. She achieves this by helping them to build online businesses through attraction marketing while showing up as their most authentic, unapologetic selves. Dr. Doyle is an award-winning neonatologist and was selected as a top neonatologist in 2023, and she was named by Top Doc as the top neonatologist in Topeka, Kansas. Dr. Joselle Doyle, welcome to our virtual stage.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And every time I hear you read my bio, I often wonder, who is she talking about?
Talking about you, the one and only Dr. Joselle Doyle, who is igniting global stages and racking up miles, right? She's racking up miles in these streets. Welcome.
Thank you. But before I start, I do want to take this time to say thank you to Dr. Nikita, Jesus Coffee and Prayer, for putting on this beautiful platform and event for persons like myself, for being surrounded by these amazing powerhouse women who have truly just poured into us. I feel very honored and humbled to be able to have this opportunity. So my talk today is called Investing in Yourself is Your Biggest Superpower. And I don't know how many of you, when you think about a superhero, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? I will hope that the first person that comes to your mind is you. And as Dr. Dion pointed out, I, for this past week, had the pleasure of sharing my story. And I was reminded of this 5-year-old little girl who was so driven and determined about knowing who she wanted to become. Can you imagine a 5-year-old telling her parents, I want to become a neonatologist. I want to become the very person that's responsible for allowing her to be alive. It reminded me of that childlike faith that scripture always talks about. It also reminds me of the power of truly believing yourself and trusting that sixth sense or that voice that tells you who you are, whose you are, and who you were meant to be. For me, it was being reminded of who my eternal source is and who is the one that I need to plug into every day to be able to show up for me. Most of us have mastered taking care of everybody else and doing everything else, excepting for taking care of ourselves. But the reality is, for you to be able to show up and show out and do all these wonderful things that all these other speakers talked about, is being able to show up for you. One of my favorite quotes that I have fallen in love with when I started my entrepreneurial journey was being reminded that you cannot pour from an empty vessel. It's important for you to be intentional about pouring into yourself, which is why it's important to invest in you. When I talk about investment, yes, most of us always consider finances as investment, but I'm talking about taking those intentional, consistent daily actions for showing up for you. My first advice, as I said, is identifying who your source is. Identify who is your plug-in that gives you that energy to be able to show up and show out every day. For me, it was learning the importance of starting my day with God. It was me reminding myself that all of the odds that were once set against me, I was able to overcome because of the God who I served. Also because of the God that placed that dream in my heart that so many people told me before that I wasn't capable of, I wasn't intelligent enough, but I had a God that reminded me that the conversations or the dreams that he places on your heart is oftentimes only between you and him. It's not for outside validation. It's not for having others being able to confirm what your dream is. But it's you trusting and knowing who you were meant to be, whose you were meant to be, and who you desire to become. This journey has truly allowed me to plug into him every day. And that was being intentional about making sure that I literally start my day with the living water of God. There's a reason why they call scripture the living water. We all know water is essential for all of us to survive. And taking those intentional actions of making sure that we start our day in the Word of God truly fuels us to be able to overcome all aspects of our lives. I could honestly tell you one of my biggest commissions that I've been able to gain on my entrepreneurial journey was learning the resilience and strength that you gain when you truly allow God to be the CEO of your life and of your business. And those very trials and tribulations that come around to break you, how resilient you become of being gracefully bent, but never broken. Being able to overcome all of those challenges that seemed impossible at the time that become possible. But also always being reminded that what is impossible with man is possible with God. And I have one of the unique vantage points that I get to see that being a neonatologist. I get to see that in mothers. I do believe that being a woman by itself, and this is no offense to men, but I do believe being a woman is by itself a superpower. Being able to give birth, being able to give selflessly for your children, for your spouses, for your family, for your friend. When God talked about that he knitted us and he knows all the hairs in our heads even before we were born, that in itself is a testament that what he has ordained, he promises to fulfill. But it all requires you deciding to invest in you. It all depends on you taking those consistent actions of being mindful of the words that you say to yourself. One of the things that I've had to learn was how well I mastered being my own enemy. When I sit about all of the things that I've had to unlearn, one of it was being mindful how much I became my own worst enemy. How the things I once told myself, which I would never utter to a friend, which I would never utter to family, but yet I used to tell them to myself. But now learning the importance of being mindful that words have life. Words can either give you life or death. It's being mindful of the words that you listen to daily. It's being mindful of what you tell yourself the first thing that you get out every day. And for me, having those positive affirmations of being reminded that I'm a child of God, that I'm loved, that I am forgiven. And being forgiven has truly become one of those affirmations that I have had to hold on to. And I share that to say, and as a reminder to others, that your mistakes and your failures do not determine your final destination. There are many times where we want to keep ourselves shackled and we tell ourselves, man, because I did that, I don't think I could move forward and do all these dreams and all these things that I have planned. But I promise you, trusting in yourself, allowing God to truly download on you that your mistakes and your failures is not your final destination. I am thankful of my mistakes and my failures that I now know what is needed for me to be able to move forward. It's now knowing that God's redirection is truly his protection. It's truly being reminded and humbled that when things don't always work out in the timeline that you wish for, that it's because it may not have been meant for you, or you have several lessons that need to be learned for you to be taken to where he wants you to be. One of the second acts that I started with was literally drinking water. Seems like a mere mundane act, right? But as I said, there's a reason why water is considered important, and I took it for granted for many years. Our bodies are made up of 60 to 70% water. Every single cell in our body requires water to function. But one of the things that I've learned, as Imani talked about, is the importance of researching and realizing that not all water is equal. But when I talk about water, I am not just talking about just merely drinking water. I am talking about that intentional action of pouring into yourself. Because again, you cannot pour from an empty vessel. And taking those consistent actions of making sure you hydrate your body helps you to be able to function at your optimal level. It's also being reminded that water is so essential that if you go without it, you cannot survive beyond 3 days. Unlike when you eat, you can go even longer not eating and be able to survive, right? But I share that to say the importance of, again, being intentional about what you pour into you. It's being intentional about the things that you listen to and the people that you listen to. But now it also reminds me the importance of the community that you surround yourself in. Your investment in your community is key. And it's key to make sure that when you surround yourself with persons, that is not a matter that you are the only one pouring, as so many of the other speakers talked about. It's being intentional that the persons that you surround yourself with not only pour into you, but that you can also pour into them. I am thankful that I was blessed with a mother that showed me what it truly means to be a woman of God, what it truly means to be of service to others, but also for being a community. Making sure that you become the person that you desire of service. You becoming the person that is so in love with you that you are able to attract the love that you desire. Being so cognizant of showing up as the friend that you desire, that those are the friends in the community that you become attracted to. Making that intentional investment many times into you to make sure that you have the opportunity to be surrounded in the community of people that you desire to become. And this is one of the reasons why I'm thankful for this platform, but more so why I'm so thankful for women like Dr. Nikita, for women like Dr. Dion Graves, for women like Dr. Cynthia Vito, who decided to work together to truly help others like ourselves to not only have a safe space to grow, but truly have a place where you can collaborate and where there's true kingdom impact. Being surrounded by other women who truly desire to allow God to be the CEO of their lives and of their businesses, but truly live their life with that intentional actions and consistent actions. That they are not just out here telling you what to do, they are literally living their lives where all of the people that they bless, that they literally bring them with them. It's being intentional of realizing that your investment will always be your greatest blessing for you. But it's also remembering that you possess everything that you need to be able to show up and show out. All of the beautiful powerhouse speakers have already talked about all of these things. But unless you believe in you and unless you are driven to trust that more that keeps edging you, that more that keeps telling you you can't be comfortable with what you're doing, whether it's in your 9 to 5. And I can tell you, when I started my entrepreneur journey, I had several people that looked at me and said, "But you're a physician. Why are you doing this again?" But it was knowing that dream and that desire that was always placed up I had, again, as a 5-year-old, that I was made for more, that I was made for a life of true service. And I am thankful that I am now able to be surrounded with several women in this platform that truly not only inspire me, but truly show me the example of what it's like to show up and show out for themselves, and in turn that their overflow is able to bless all those that are around them. So I am Dr. Joselle Doyle, and I have to make sure I say my title so Dr. Dion doesn't kill me. I am a physician entrepreneur. I am a full-time neonatologist, and I also embark on my entrepreneurial journey in affiliate marketing because I believe there's a power in collaboration. I believe that there's power in not having to reinvent the wheel, but making sure that your investment has a return of interest. And for me, it is responsible for why I have the honor of being on this platform today. And you can find me on all social media: Facebook as Dr. Doyle, Instagram as Dr. Joselle Doyle. You can find me in Lincoln. You can find me on TikTok. And I thank you for listening to me. And more so again, Dr. Nikita Davis and Dr. Dion Graves and Dr. Cynthia Vidia for putting on this beautiful platform and giving me the opportunity to join all of these beautiful powerhouse women today to share my story.
Yes, Queen. This is what I'm talking about. Listen, I'm gonna say this super quick, and we have another powerhouse queen to round us out tonight. Here's the thing. When you are a child of God and we're sisters in Christ, I don't have to know you my whole life for you to be family. It just is. You understand? And so in the short amount of time that we've known each other, it feels like it's been a lifetime, courtesy of Dr. Dion, the connect, honey. But I literally have just this year, it's 2023, just from January to now. You understand what I'm saying? I have seen you take leaps and bounds in your confidence, in the way that you show up as a physician entrepreneur. Because let's be clear, you are already confident, but how many know when there's a new level or something we've never partaked in before, we can overall be a confident individual, but in that new thing, we can lack. Seeing you just in a short amount of time just level it up, it's just like ridiculous. She is like Visa everywhere you want to be. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is someone you need to connect with, because she's not just speaking in theory, but she practices what she's preaching to you by investing in herself with the water and in her business and really being nourished from the inside out. She's partnering with other powerhouse queens. They're collaborating, she's connecting, and they're flourishing the kingdom assignment, but also the impact and the income in their businesses. And so, and then it does not hurt. Your voice is so freaking melodic that it's like, you just bring them on in, honey. I just love it. I love it. And I thank God for you, what he's doing in your life, who he's enabling you to impact and to reach across the globe. Even so much that here we are, right? Streaming from or broadcasting from Botswana, and you are blessing people all over the globe, and you just got back from Barbados. It's just like, listen, let me tell you something. When we say queen, it's not a player away position. We mean that thing. You've been called to the nation. So thank you, Dr. Joselle. You are absolutely the bomb.com. I love you, and there's nothing you could do about it. As I love all my queens and the powerhouse queens that have been on here pouring into you, specifically into our African American, our Black women. And let's be clear, us hosting something like this is not saying that we're not for everyone else. It specifically is saying that we recognize that we are in a peculiar time, that our queens, Black women, African American women, women of color, need to unite and need to come together for the common good. We can individually be successful, but if we come together as a collective, honey, we make a sound, we bust down doors, we crash the chatterbox, we bust through ceilings, and so much and so forth. And we leave a legacy for our family, for our kids that look like us, for our nieces and nephews, for our parents. And this is how we build generational wealth, as well as how we build just this united front and sisterhood that nobody can break down. So it's important for me as the host to have things like this for women of color, so that we can get to what we need to get to and walk out this assignment. So again, thank you, Dr. Joselle. You are the bomb.com. Make sure you follow her, support her, show her love, and find out how you can get some of this water, because you need it. You need it. You need it. So check it out. As we're rounding out, it would be a disservice to all the women across all the globe if we did not have this next final powerhouse speaker to come on here and bless your whole life. If you're ready for the shift, then I need you to say, so, you understand? And I'm talking about Dr. Vanessa Williams. She is absolutely amazing. We've done some amazing things together already. Coming out of the UK. Can you believe that? So we've got queens on here for the United Kingdom. You understand, that are representing, showing up and showing out. But Dr. Vanessa Williams is a mother, a prophetess, the UK's #1 prophetic empowerment coach, global keynote speaker, best-selling author, kingdom entrepreneur, doctor of ministry, Christian counseling, PhD, by the way, Christian leadership and business. She has her honorary doctorate in humanitarianism. She's the VP of Sisters Keepers, co-founder of the Power of Love Ministry, Empowering Women to Win Network. Dr. Vanessa is committed to reestablishing the kingdom agenda, proclaiming the good news to the nations by any means necessary. Dr. Vanessa is also on a mission to empower 1 million women to win in every area of their lives through her one-on-one consultations and group empowerment sessions. When I tell y'all she is a firehouse, I mean that thing. I bring to you all the way from the UK by the way of Botswana, Dr. Vanessa Williams. Welcome to Women Win African Explosion 2.0. Queen is how to play your royal position. Welcome, Queen. And I know she is on her way. Here she is. Yes, Queen. Come on in the room, beautiful. She is coming in right there. She is. Yes, Queen, the floor is yours. Thank you for gracing us today. All right. So we're getting her situated. Listen, technology, that's all right. We're going to make sure that we are able to get this powerhouse queen in the game. So don't you worry, because we definitely want you to hear the prophetic words that she has for you tonight as we round out the Women Win African Explosion. But until we get her up here, I just want to kind of recount on what we've learned today, because we've spoken to so many phenomenal trailblazers who really are not only their sister's keeper, not only women of faith, but they are out here doing the doggone thing, and they are doing it like nobody else's business. I mean, we kicked it off with Dr. Shavonna Whitehead. Now, listen, this powerhouse, it's just game over. You have to get connected with her. She spoke about, really just elevating your dialect in this season. You got to speak the dialect in this season for your future. And it doesn't matter what you're going through right now, but for your future, you got to get ready and make sure that your mouth is lining up with what you seek and what you say. She's telling you how to break that box so you can take it to the next level in this season. And she really empowered us and encouraged us on today's Women Win African Explosion 2.0. We also had beautiful Imani, 15 years old. Can you believe that? Words of wisdom out of the mouth of babes, like literally. You understand? And she happens to be my daughter, but even if she wasn't, she is wise well beyond her years. And she really spoke, in layman terms, and kept it simple that anybody can pick it up, sis. You can take the S off your chest. I love how she used the analogy of Superman, right? I think she said something to the phrase, or to the fact of, you could be Superwoman and you want Superman tendencies and all of these things, meaning basically, sis, you're doing too much. You need some help. That's the bottom line, right? And so we as a culture, we as African-American women, queens, Nubian princesses, we have to be able to say, I need help. it doesn't lessen you as an individual. It doesn't take away from you as an individual, but it does put you in position to make a larger impact and income, whether that's in your corporate field or whether you're an entrepreneur. And so that was so good. Just some sound wisdom out of the mouth of Babes. And she's an entrepreneur as well, building her global business. She talked about doing the research. If you listen to the common thread, many of the queens have talked about doing your research, doing your due diligence. So what does that mean? That means not just taking everything at face value. You understand? Dig deeper, because if you go by just what everybody's saying, what everybody's doing, then baby, you're gonna get led astray. You've got to do your own diligence. The Bible says that man essentially perishes because of lack of knowledge. You understand? So you've got to make sure that you study yourself approved, and whatever your calling is. I don't like to call it a craft, because a craft, that's something man does. But when you say your calling, only God can give you your innate calling. So do your due diligence, do your research. Then we had our celebrity keynote, Joya Anderson, who blessed us. Listen, had the whole PowerPoint and everything. She told us how to get this bag. And I wanted to add to that with what she was speaking about. I was doing my research, right? 90% or more, 90% of the wealthy, the elite, the 1%, of the 2%, of those who are making multi-millions, they are the ones who are investing in real estate. So if you're going to create generational wealth, then sis, you got to jump into real estate. And she spoke about how you can get into the Airbnb game, how you could get your first rental property and use those funds, whether that be as passive income or whether you leverage. Come on, y'all. Those are powerful words. Leverage that income to get more properties and really build that nest egg and build that wealth. She talked about getting your finances in order, sis. Right? Put down the red bottoms this time. There's nothing wrong with a Jimmy Choo or a red bottom or Fendi, because I like some of those things myself. However, when you're talking about creating generational wealth and specifically doing it through real estate, which 90% of the wealthy have some level of a real estate portfolio, you've got to put some of those things to the side so you can build for your future, for your kids' future in the community. So great nuggets, getting into the right powerful rooms. She spoke about that as well. Getting you a global real estate advisor such as herself. Again, Joya Anderson, make sure you follow her on Instagram, Joya Anderson _, right? So she gave you those tangible tips and how you can book a consultation also, because this is where we're at. We can't just think about me and I, but think at large how we can come together and we can buy the block. That's real, y'all. We can buy the block. We also had Dr. Cynthia, who spoke again about your brand positioning. She's the website whisperer, honey. She knows about the branding. That's why she's my chief brand strategist. And so I'm excited about what we've been doing and what she's been doing for her clients, helping them to elevate their brand and be relevant in the marketplace through custom branding and websites and just so many other things that are behind the scene, right? We had Dr. Dion, of course, that was telling us how to, really be Black empowered and Black to business, and she gave us some of the synergies between our ancestors, our heritage, and how they came together. There was strength in numbers. She let us know that your skin color is not a disadvantage, sis. It's an advantage. God is going to use it for your good, but we got to get out of our own way, get out of our own mindset so that we can take it to the next level and truly be that collective. We can truly begin to have those business showers, right? So that we're able to move and partner and collaborate. We can take the knowledge and wisdom from other ethnicities that are doing that. She gave those examples from her being in Barbados and the Muslims and some of the other ethnicities, which we love them all, but how they came into Barbados and they buying the block. They're starting the businesses. So why can't the people in Barbados or any other country do that, right? Our Black people, you can do that too. Eat the fish and leave the bones. Anissa, talk to you again. She's our world traveler, been in the with the airline industry and retired from there after many years of servitude. So she knows a thing or two about stepping out on faith and going before God so that she could take it to the next level in her business and her brand. And then, of course, most recently we had Dr. Joselle, you know, she of course understands the power of the living water, that being through Jesus Christ, but she talks about the transformation that took place with first drinking the water, helping with the purification, helping with the good skin, helping with all of those amazing things. But now she is building that global brand as a physician entrepreneur and still helping the babies as a neonatologist, right? And a pediatrician, double board certified. So next, as I stated, I just wanted to give a recap. And of course, you know, your queen told you how to pray, slay, collect, honey, how to get to the bag, and gave you some tangible tips and strategies for you to break the bank in this season. So I believe we are ready to go for Dr. Benicio. We can hear her now. We can see her now. And so we are ready to go and glow with UK's finest #1 empowerment global coach that you need to know as well. So get this, queen, while you can. Go ahead, queen. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, Dr. Nakia. I'm telling you, since I've connected with you, my life has upgraded to a whole new level. Somebody say global impact. So we're here today to talk about the power of purpose and really having, you know, that power. If I was to entitle it, I would say I am a woman of power and purpose. So we're all the way in Africa, we're in Barbados, we're in the UK, we're all around the globe. And I want you to shout back at me. I want to hear you. I want to hear you all the way in London, UK. Come on, say, I am a woman of power and purpose. For those listening on the replay, I want to hear you too. I am a woman of power and purpose. And what does that mean? Before I got to be a woman of power and purpose, I have to take you all the way back. I had to be able to know how to tap into my pain to become a woman of power and purpose. So what does that mean? It means that whatsoever you conceal, you cannot be healed from it. So I had to go back to see what was those root issues. So I had to be willing, come on, to exchange, come on, the ashes for beauty. I had to be willing to go back and exchange the hurt for joy. I had to go willing to go back and deal with those issues way back in the past. And many of us cannot move forward because we are still stuck in the past. Who am I speaking to on today? It's time to deal with all of those past pains, those past hurts, those past issues, so that you can be launched into your power and purpose and what God has truly orchestrated for your life. I want to encourage you. I know that a lot of times it can feel difficult, but when you truly get to that, I had to get to that place of being sick and tired. What does that mean? It means that doesn't mean that life was totally bad, because at the end of the day, I had the nice clothes. Come on, I was in the greatest social groups, but there was still something missing from the inside. There was still a void. So it's easy to dress up the outside. It's easy to put on nice hair and makeup and still have a void within. That's where you tap into your purpose, when you begin to realize that, hold on a minute, there's something that was missing. And I found that when I found God, when I truly found God, when I truly tapped into who he is and who he says that I am. So when I began to truly realize that he says that I am more than a conqueror, that I am courageous, that I am strong, come on, that I am made fearfully and wonderfully, come on, created in his image. I gotta have to tap into who he says I was, because a lot of time you can get lost with who everybody else is saying that you are, and trying to fit in with everybody else. As a woman, you can be trying to serve everybody else. Sometimes you serving the husband, you serving the children, you serving your community, you serving your job, and you end up neglecting yourself.
In order to truly become a woman of purpose and power, you got to be willing to deal with you. You got to be willing, come on, to deal with your root issues and make yourself a priority. And how I began to do that, and how I encourage and mentor and coach my clients how to do this, is by renewing your mind, is by not becoming conformed to this world, but being truly transformed by the renewing of your mind, meaning that you have to be willing to get rid of all of the negativity. You got to be willing to reset your mind. Come on, by reading the word. Come on, by taking in things that are positive, things that are going to stretch you to a new capacity, things that are going to feed you spiritually, feed you mentally. So what am I saying to you today is, what is it that you are feeding your mind? What is it that you're feeding your mind on today? What is it that you have been feeding your mind? If you truly want to get to that next level, if you truly, come on, want to elevate, you got to be willing to take the time out to feed your mind with positivity, to feed your mind with the word. Come on, it says that we should meditate on the word day and night. That means it's not a one-stop thing. It's a consistent thing. You got to continuously be doing it over and over again until it becomes a way of life. Come on, I could have stopped it. I could have stopped there at being hurt. I could have stopped there, come on, at trying to fill the void with alcohol, trying to fill, come on, the voids with going out and partying and all these different stuff. But I realized that I had to take the time out to deal with me. And I don't know who I came to really, truly encourage on today, but you have to take the time out to deal with you. You see, it's so easy. It's so easy to get caught up with everything that is going on. But I want to encourage you today that this is your time. You got to learn how to tap into your pain. Why do I say that? Because when I really look at the story of Joseph in the Bible, I know, come on, that there's some Josephines on here today. I know, come on, that there's some women in power, women of purpose in here today that had to truly learn how to tap into their pain. What does it mean? When you learn how to tap into your pain, you realize that, my God, even though they meant it for my bad, God meant it for my good. Listen, when you tap into your pain, you understand that even in the midst of the pain, there is a processing. Even in the midst of the pain, there is a birthing. Even in the midst of the pain, my God, there's an elevation that is taking place. Even though you are feeling pain, the pain, my God, is not to cripple you. The pain is not to stagnate you, but it's to launch you to your next level. You know, when you look at the life of Joseph, you realize that even back in those days, my God, his own family was turning against him. Many of you, you're at that place where you can relate, where you said that, listen, I've been trying to do this. My family's not supporting me. I've been trying to do this and I feel, come on, I feel rejected. I feel abandoned. I feel let down. I feel betrayed. But can I encourage you today that maybe you've just been considered by God? Can I encourage you today that maybe he's just using that pain to position you? Maybe he is just using that pain to position you into your rightful position. At the beginning of Joseph's life, he didn't, when he was getting the dreams, come on, when he was getting the dreams, it didn't look like his dream did not match his current situation. The dream, the vision that you have been given may not be matching your current situation. People may be mocking you, because I went through that season of being mocked. Come on, I went through that season of being betrayed. I went through that season of having to know how to engage into the pain to tap into my purpose. Ask me how I know. How do I know? Because I was continuously being torn down by women. I was continuously being torn down by women. Every time I tried to connect, instead of building me up, they would tear me down. So instead of focusing on the problem, I became the solution.
That's how Empowering Women to Win was birthed out. I became the solution to the problem that I was seeing. And I declared that I will be a builder. I will be one that builds them up. I will not be the person that is tearing them down, but I will be one that empowers, that encourages, that equips. Do you see how sometimes the very pain points is the very thing that is preparing you? It's preparing you for your purpose. It's preparing you to say, hold on a minute, I'm going to take my power back. Hold on a minute, I'm going to take my joy back. Hold on a minute, I'm going to take my strength back. I don't know what you need to take back today, but you need to take it back with confidence. Take it back with confidence on today. Because many of you are Josephines. Many of you have felt like you've been in the pit. You felt like you've been in the prison. My God, imagine that. Imagine being betrayed by your own brothers. Imagine being put in a pit. Imagine being sold out to slavery. How many times have you felt like you've been sold out? But it was all a part of the bigger plan. It was all a part of your process to greatness. Some of you have been hurt, you've been betrayed. It was all a part of your process to greatness. Some of you started businesses and it feels like, oh my God, you had to quit. It feels like, oh my God, what is going on? Why do I continuously feel like I'm going through the same cycles over and over again? It's building something in you. It's building something in you. That's why I could relate so much. As a visionary, I could relate so much to Joseph's journey. I could relate so much when the vision that God has given you, it does not match your current situation. It doesn't match your current circle. You don't even understand. A lot of times you don't even understand the vision. Know when you tap into your purpose and you tap into who that he says you are, and he begins to give you clarity. He begins to give you strategy. He begins to cause favor. What we see in the life of Joseph is that even in the midst of betrayal, he was still favored. Even in the midst of being lied on, he was still favored. Even in the midst of him being in prison, he still used his gift. I want to encourage you today not to bury your talent. I want to encourage you today, no matter who mocked you, no matter who tried to derail you, do not quit. Do not stop using your gift, because it's your gift, it's your talents that's going to make room for you. This is not the time to quit. This is the time to launch forward with power. This is the time to truly stand authentically in who you are, knowing, come on, that God has called you for such a time as this. This is your time for your divine turnaround. This is your time to understand and begin to allow him, come on, to fill your heart with love. The one thing that I really loved about Joseph, he had the opportunity to get revenge against his brothers. But guess what he said? He said, even though they meant it for evil, God meant it for my good. That gives you the power to forgive quickly. When you tap into your purpose and who you are, it gives you the power to forgive quickly. A lot of us cannot move forward because of unforgiveness. Who am I speaking to on today? It is time to let it go. It is time to let go of that hurt. You are not forgiving them for them, but you are forgiving them for you, because you need to move forward. You need to move forward. You need to fulfill your purpose. Come on, you need to begin to walk in the power, the purpose, and the prosperity that God has already ordained for you. But you cannot have unforgiveness in your heart. So that goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. You have to be willing to heal. You cannot conceal. Whatever you conceal, you cannot heal from. So now you got to be able to confront it. Confront the pains, confront the hurts. Confront those issues those hidden issues. Confront it on today so that you can begin to move forward. I want to truly encourage you on today that when you begin to confront those pains, when you begin to allow God to change your heart, it's not about changing the outward garments. Come on, it's not about dressing up and looking all cute when in your heart is filthy. We got to begin to work on our heart so that our heart is pure, so that our heart is filled with love, is filled with joy, is filled with peace. That's wealth. That's true wealth. When you got the peace of mind that you need. That all comes from truly walking in your power and your purpose, the power, come on, that God has given you. Somebody say, it's already mine. It is already mine. You've already got it within you. You need to get excited on today that you've already got the power. Listen, at the beginning, maybe the vision did not make no sense, just like in the life of Joseph. It made no sense at the beginning. But if you endure, I'm telling you, it made sense in the end. In fact, it was a prophetic fulfillment in the end. The very vision that he had came to pass. I want to encourage you on today that it's coming to pass. The vision may tarry, but it shall come to pass. I don't know who I came to encourage on today, but the vision is coming to pass. You are a prophetic fulfillment. You are. Somebody say, I am a woman of power and purpose, meaning I'm not going to give up, meaning I am not going to stop no matter what comes my way. I'm going to press forward. I am not going to pull back. I'm going to continue. I'm going to endure because I know, come on, I believe that it's coming to pass. I believe that it's working out for my God. I believe, come on, that the good work that he started in me is coming to completion. I don't have to see it. I believe it. So I continue to speak it by faith. A woman of purpose knows what to say and when to say it. Come on, she's a woman that builds her house and does not tear it down. Come on, she's a woman of wisdom. Hallelujah. My God, on today, she is a woman of wisdom. She's a woman that does not focus on the problem, but she focuses on the solution, becoming the solution, becoming the answer. Because whatsoever you focus on, that's what's going to be maximized. So now you need to shift your focus. How am I going to overcome this? How am I going to get through this? This is not going to break me down, but I'm finding a way to break through. Some of you came on this line today and you felt like breaking down, but I come to encourage you on today that this is your time of breakthrough. You are a woman of purpose. Maybe you didn't believe it before you came on, but I come to ignite something within you on today, that you are a woman of purpose and you have the power to overcome. You have the power to achieve. You have the power within you to win in every single area of your life. Come on, somebody say, I am winning financially. I am winning mentally. I am winning emotionally. I'm winning pertaining to my family. I'm winning pertaining to my business. I am winning pertaining to my ministry. Everything that I touch is blessed. I am winning. You are a winner. Sometimes you got to speak it until you see it. Oh, that's for somebody right there. You got to speak it until you see it. It's not about what you see, but it's about what you believe. If you believe on today and come in agreement with me on today that I'm a woman of power, I'm a woman of purpose, and I'm a woman winning. It doesn't matter about my past situation. It does not determine my future. In fact, because I came in contact with Christ, he totally transformed my life. I have no longer connected to my mother or my father's DNA, but I am an ambassador of Christ. Come on, I am a kingdom heir. That part right there, my DNA has changed.
My DNA is power. My DNA is prosperity. My DNA is righteousness. My DNA is healing. It's all up in my DNA because there was a divine exchange. So I want to encourage you today that in order for you to walk in your power, you got to get rid of those heavy burdens. You got to get rid of disbelief. And you got to believe that you can achieve. You got to believe in his word that everything that you ask in his name, that it shall be done. In order to become a woman of purpose, you got to understand that you was formed and created in his image. And the plans and the thoughts that he has towards you, that they are good. So even though they meant it for my evil, God meant it for my good. And I pray on today that this word encouraged you, that this word shifted something within you to say, listen, I am a woman filled with power. I am a woman walking in purpose, walking in prosperity. And listen, there is no limitation on me. Somebody say the cap is off. There is no limitation. I'm gonna win. In fact, let's correct that. I am winning in every single area of my life. This is Dr. Venicia Williams, the #1 prophetic empowerment coach. I pray that this truly encouraged you on today to continue, no matter your circumstance, to continue, to not give up, but to go forth. No matter the setbacks, no matter the obstacles, to continue to go forth, to continue to know that you are a woman of power and purpose. When I realized and understood that, that's when my whole life changed, because I realized it's not about me. I engaged with a vision that was bigger than myself. So it never depended on me anymore. But I stretched my hand to my Father in heaven, and I allowed him to lead me. I allowed him to guide me. And even at times where it made no sense to me, I continued to trust him, and I am continuing to trust him, because this journey, it goes on. And every step of the way, you got to trust him just a little bit more. Every step of the way, he would significantly, divinely appoint the right people at the right time. When you allow him to be your spiritual navigation system, just like how we got Siri, just like how we got our GPS, we got to tap in to the power of the Holy Spirit to just be our navigation system, to lead us and to guide us and to direct us. And I'm telling you, when you tap into the power within you, you are unstoppable. You are unstoppable. You are unbreakable. You are unshakable. Woo! You are a woman of power and purpose. Listen, I need you to type that on the screen like you believe it. I need you to shout right back at me like you believe it, that I am a woman of power and purpose. Come on, listen, do it with some confidence, and there's nothing you can do about it. Be encouraged on today. I am so excited about what God is doing in and through you, and I just want to give him all the glory on today for this amazing opportunity, for what he is doing. And listen, today your lives will never be the same. Just remember, the power is already within you. Now you need to use it. Now is the time to use it. Now is the time to walk in power purpose, and prosperity. The time is now. Listen, I would love you to connect with me at www.veniciawilliams.com or social media. You can go to Venetia Williams Empowers. I would love to connect with you and help you on your journey of greatness, to help equip and empower you to just truly become who God has truly ordained you to be. God bless you. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity to share with you all on today. Be blessed and encouraged. Thank you so, so much.
Yes, Queen. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Y'all, Dr. Venetia did not come to play. Do you hear me? She did not come to play. None of our queens came to play today. Just powerful, mighty woman of God. She stated lives that she's going to be able to touch. And I love how she shared, just that parallelism with Joseph. You understand? He still won, even though he was enslaved. He still won, even though he was imprisoned. He still won, even in the circumstances. And like she stated, when he had the chance to seek revenge, he didn't even do it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, God will position your heart when you've really given forgiveness to the other individuals that may have done you wrong. He will continue to bless you anyway. And I'm a living witness to that. Such a powerful message, because I am a woman of purpose and great power. You understand? And so are you. Thank you so much, Dr. Venetia, coming all the way from the UK, honey. UK finest. That's what I like to say. UK's finest in the building. So God bless you. Please connect with her. Go to the website. Make sure you follow her on social media. Just get in the know. We work better together. Don't you understand this? And this is what this is all about. It's not just about us pouring to you, but into you, and us pouring into each other. Iron sharpens iron, right? And if you're the one always pouring, then that's a problem. You need to be filled too. So whenever I host these things, or any type of event or whatever God has me to toil in, I am equally as blessed as attendees. I'm equally as blessed as the viewers. I'm equally as blessed, because it is this divine concept that's taking place when you have other women of faith who are coming in for the greater call. And that is what this is about. Not to preach to you, but to inspire you, to encourage you, to lift you up, to give you tangible tips and strategy, real kingdom divine strategy for you to win and elevate in this season like none other. And specifically for our African American, our Black queens, our women of color that many times in this world can play second fiddle, but we've come to do a new thing, just like God has come to do a new thing. He's making streams in the wasteland. And that's what we're doing here at the Women Win Presents African Explosion 2.0. Well, listen, if you've been rocking with us, then you already know what time it is. We have heard from all of our dynamic speakers, including myself, on today. Listen, you would have to be hiding under a rock to not be filled on this hour, to not have been equipped in this hour, to not have been encouraged by a word or a story or a testimony, to not be filled with the tangible golden nuggets, the gems, as we like to call it, in this room. So here's what I need you to do, and I'm gonna bring on my VP here in just a second, but please make sure you are following us on social media. Women Win Network on Instagram, and we just launched our Women Win Network on Facebook. Now, let's be clear. We're not new to this. We true to this, but we were rocking with Instagram, but we just began our business Facebook page. So if you'll go ahead and like and follow us on Facebook, Women Win Network, or it may say official Women Win Network, and then make sure you're following us on Instagram at Women Win Network. Follow your sis, Jesus Coffee and Prayer, on Instagram. You can also follow us on our Facebook business page at Jesus Coffee and Prayer. And then make sure you also follow me at Pop Your Crown Sis on Instagram. God is doing some amazing things in this season, and I really am honored and humbled that He's given me vision, but not just vision, because I believe that He gives many people vision, but real leaders activate that vision and they put their feet to the ground. Do you understand? That's why I'm here in Botswana. It was important for me to get into the physical location that we're trying to pour out and into and across the globe, right? Because you can have the vision, but if you don't have the fortitude, if you don't have the staying power to overcome the adversities, the trials, the tribulations, honey, it's going to fall to the wayside. It'll never go to the nations. So I'm grateful that God would give me the vision, that He would give me the fortitude, He would give me the insight, the wisdom. And then in the areas where I lack, because I certainly don't have it all, I'll be the first one to tell you I'm not perfect and I definitely don't know it all. But that's where His grace is sufficient. That is where His grace is more than enough for me. That is where He will send other amazing people like the powerhouse speakers and my dynamic team to partner with me to see the vision that God has given and want to link arms with me as I want to link arms with them. So find you some people in this season that is divine and they want to help you as you help them, and y'all can grow and glow together. Like Dr. Dion said earlier, we all can eat. And I'm not just talking about physical food, and I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about from the inside out. We all can eat. We all can elevate. We all can grow, especially as women of faith, Black women, my Nubian queens, my Nubian princesses. We can come together as a collective and we can make a sound. You see, a lot of people show up and they make a lot of noise. You understand? I want you to pick up what I'm saying. They come in the room and they make a lot of noise. But when you really got a tribe and y'all all are clicking on the same cylinders, you make a sound. It's like a thud. You know, a noise, I don't know what it is. I just heard something. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when it's a sound, it's distinctive. I know what I heard. You understand? And so after today, after tonight or morning, noon or night, whenever you're watching this, depending on what country you're in across the globe, because we do have viewers from all over the globe tuning in, I hope that you heard that sound. Because the sound of the Black woman rising up as a collective unit to play her royal position. So I'm going to bring on my VP who is in the building, Dr. Dion Graves. Listen, SheTheBomb.com. Love her to life. There's nothing she can do about it. Queen, any takeaways? I know it's so many. Any takeaways that you want? I mean, listen, just share with me. Talk to me.
Listen, the key takeaway for me today from this entire experience is get in the room, right? We have been here. And we heard so many amazing gems. Yes, we share the platform with some amazing powerhouse queens, but there's power in getting in the room and in the right room. And so I just want to challenge us as Black women, Black female entrepreneurs, Black mompreneurs, people of color in general, and for the kings who are listening by default. There's so much power in what we have to bring to the table. We no longer have to create a table. We are the table. We no longer have to create a standard because we are the standard. And so as we step into our authenticity in its fullness and we learn to rock that in its entirety, we are going to transform the world one person at a time. So I'm super excited to see what's next, just not just for us here at the Women Network, because we always pop in. Dr. Nikita said, hey, you know, we make a sound. So we always out here, boom, boom, boom. You get me? But from Botswana to Barbados, we booming all through these streets. All right. So what is next? What are we gonna do with all of this amazing stuff that we got here today? For those of you who are gonna catch us on the replay, how are you gonna leverage the nuggets of gold that you've been given? You know, it's no more time for us to be winging it. Let's come together. Let's collaborate. As you said, Dr. Nikita, let's do what it do. Let me make it do what it do, right? So let's just do this thing. Like, there's so much more for us to accomplish. We are breaking barriers, right? We are crushing those glass ceilings that Forbes the Culture talks about. We are the ceiling. So who are we laying that foundation for? So there's so many things in here, but let me tell y'all something, right? Yeah, in the rocks what's next. Don't wait to find out what's next. Just put yourself in the game right now and slide into our DMs and say, hey, I'm ready. What's next? What's next? Put my name on the list for what's next, because let me tell you something. God is about to do something crazy, amazing. Last African explosion, it was truly explosive, and I cannot wait to see. We reached over 100,000 people just on organic reach, and I cannot wait to see where God is catapulting this message. We've had queens in the house from the UK. We had St. Vincent and the Grenadines represented here, although in Kansas. We had Panama represented, although in New York. We have Barbados in the house, and all across the US we have representation. And so I know God is about to do something amazing. So my key takeaway today from all the nuggets of wisdom, all the nuggets of gold that have been shared today, because there was one collective message that I heard and it resonates with me. Just get in the room. Get in the room. Get in the right room. Partner with those people. Partner with a purpose. Don't just partner for clout, chasing, and these kind of things that people are running around like chicken heads. Partner for purpose. When you're building a relationship with somebody, make sure it is mutually beneficial. That is not parallel. Watch God transform the trajectory of your life. So I am full. It's like my battery is full to the point of overflow. It's like this battery is gonna burst. And so in light of that, I have so many amazing things popping off. So if you are not yet connected, tune in and just watch, because a whole ton of stuff is about to come down your timeline. Right, Dr. Nikita?
Period. Listen, if they know anything about us, our dynamic team, and just how we roll, I mean, it's just like, for me, for some of these folks, it's just like, listen, we are not new to this. We've been doing this. We've been putting in the work in the kingdom assignment and the call of our life, and it has not skipped a beat. It does not change. It doesn't matter what comes our way. It doesn't matter who's with us, who's against us. It doesn't matter. It shall come to pass. And so if you're looking to connect and collaborate with women who mean what they say and say what they mean, they really are their sister. I'll say it again. When people want to see you win, baby, when people want to see you win, they open the door for you. It's no more of this fake collaboration, this fake, undercover frenemy foolishness that be going on in these online streets. There's no more of this. I want to see you win, as long as you don't win ahead of me or before me. We done seen it all, baby. God knows we have, but what we have with the core that we do have, and those who are divinely attaching in the spirit, it's authentic, honey. It is real. It is better than butter on your breakfast toast. Do you hear what I'm saying? Listen, and
Tell
the women
somebody.
are elevating. Listen, from glory to glory. We joke, Dr. Dion and I joke all the time. We say even a blind man could see it, and it's no disrespect to anyone who doesn't have physical sight. But I'm talking about with your spiritual eyes. They can see what God is doing over here at Jesus Coffee and Prayer, Women Win Network, the Mompreneur CEO, and as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and take this time to once again shout out our sponsors and our vendors, because without you, this would not be possible. Of course, without God, it wouldn't be possible at all. But, we want to give credit. If you're not connected with them, what are you waiting for? You need to find out how you can be in the mix, connect, collaborate with them, do business with them, see how you can get on their schedule. And here's the deal: don't expect it to be free, because yesterday's price is not today's price, baby. You got to pay what you weigh. God literally gave that to me by spirit this week as I was on route to Botswana. He said people are getting ready to pay what they weigh. And what that means is the oil that is flowing from you, from me, Dr. Dion, the powerhouse speakers, the gentlemen of Front House Media, people are going to have to pay for that. People pay good money for that. If you want a change, you want a shift, baby, don't expect it always to be free. Many people are stuck because they expect free. How many know that
only take you so far?
It can only take you so far. You're going to have to put some salt in the game. And so that may mean an investment. If they choose to do something for you for free, well, glory to God. But that should not be the entitlement or the expectation from you. It should be that you value the oil. You value the life experiences they've gone through. You value the education and the years that they've had to accumulate the knowledge that you now seek. You understand? You should be coming with whatever it is that's needed in hand. Because I know for me, I'm not stepping to you unless I'm ready to pay you. I'm not stepping to you unless I've got something of equal value that you need that I can provide so we can have a mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not stepping to you empty-handed. You ever been to the cookout or to the family function and you done cooked all the food and then here come this one or two people, they roll up in there. I mean, they don't got no cups. They don't got no plates. They don't have any napkins. They don't got no soda. They ain't got
But they got the
they
appetite.
have nothing. All they got is their appetite. And that's not enough in this season, sis. You cannot show up to the cookout, sis, with just your appetite in this season. You look out. So how you add that value, that's between you, God, and that individual, but you must come to the table prepared to serve. I know you want to be served in this season, but you, oh girl, I'm feeling it in my spirit. I know you want to come to the table to be served in this season, but guess what? You're going to have to serve first. Ooh, this is for somebody. I want you to be free. And this is not about, you ain't got to do it with me. I would love for you to, but if you don't, the way my heart is set up, I just want to see you win, sis. So if it's not me, if the way I do it is a little too much for you, I'm a little too loud, it's a little too, foo-foo she. Listen, that's okay, because I know I'm extra. I serve an extra God, and he made me extra special. But that's okay. I want you to get with somebody who can help you on your journey and be committed to the process and come to the table bearing gifts. Do not come empty-handed. When Jesus was born, understand the 3 wise men came with bearing gifts. I'm not saying that the individual is Jesus, but understand if they're doing his work and you're looking to be blessed, so you want to come to them and get the information that's going to help you make $1 million, but you feel insulted because they send you an invoice. We can't do that, sis. Let's break free. I just want freedom for this is including me. I don't do that, but if it was me, then I need you to be broke. I need you to be free in this moment. Your yes, what you're asking for, is attached to your action. It's attached to your faith. And this is not a money spiel, but this is a get real spiel. You're asking someone to give you the keys to your business heaven here on earth that's going to make you 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 figures. And you don't even respect the oil. You don't even respect the anointing. You don't respect the trials, the tribulations, the errors, the mud, the slap in the face, and all of the things they had to go through just so they could be in this position. But you expect God to bless you, baby. It don't work like that. We've got to truly be our sister's keeper. We have to truly respect each other's calling, anointing, and oil, and be willing to do whatever it takes righteously to get what God says is ours. We got to possess the land. I'm going to say this real quick, and I'm going to give it back to you, Deanne, as we close it out. But I love talking about the Israelites, right? I'm not preaching, but the Israelites were promised the land of milk and honey in Canaan, but God still let them know they had to possess the land. See, some folks don't understand. It's like, wait a minute. Well, if God promised it to them, it's already theirs. Well, yes, it's already theirs, but what he's saying is you still got to put in work. He told them exactly what they needed to do to be able to possess the land. Instead of going to possess the land like they had been given wise instruction to do, they went over and began to size themselves up against the other people. And they came back with a report that they were grasshoppers in their own eyes. So, sis, I challenge you in this season. God has already declared that this is your season. This is your moment. This is your hour. And this is your land of milk and honey. But are you, instead of possessing the land righteously, doing whatever it takes to get to the next level that God said is already yours? Or are you going over there and coming back with a report that you can't do it? You feel like a grasshopper in your own eyes, so you won't push, you won't invest, you won't connect, you won't collaborate, you won't negotiate, you won't do any of those things, but you thank God. He's not going to do it, just like he didn't do it for that first generation that was supposed to receive it. It came to the next set. God will pass you. I need you to understand. I know we like to get into this place where we say, well, if it's my blessing, if it's mine, then listen. Baby, you will be going around that wilderness for 40 years. And for, not y'all, because I know the women under the sound of my voice are not in that lane, but for them, we just say for them, they will pass away and not possess the land. Don't pass away before you possess the land, sis. Do not pass away before you possess the land, because somebody's going to get the land. It just won't be you. Do you understand? Queen, I need you to play your role position. I didn't come here to preach today, but I just got to call it like it is. I want y'all to win in this season. Again, whether it's with me, whether it's with Dr. Dion, whether it's with any of these powerhouse speakers today, whether it's somebody that you didn't even hear from. Pray in the spirit and then bust a grape. Pray in the spirit and then make a move. Pray in the spirit and then invest. Yes, it's going to hurt. I understand it's a recession, depression, whatever it is. Finances are crazy, but sis, you're doing something that nobody in your family has ever done. Joy had spoke about it earlier, about her being the first one to graduate and get her master's. Nobody else in her family had did that. You understand? It takes a lot. It requires a lot when you've come to break the mold. You are the one. Dr. Shavana spoke about that. You are the one. You're the one. So you cannot expect mama and daddy and cousin and auntie and them and the people from your neighborhood or your block to be able to relate to you when it comes to that space. Not that you're better than them, but they were not the one the Lord chose to break the generational curse from poverty or poverty mindsets. You understand? You're the one. So you experience things that people in your niche family and your community have never experienced. So stop relating, going back to get validation and answers from people who have never done what you are set to do. You better start leveling up. That's why it's important to get into the rooms where other people are not only just doing what you do, but at this moment, they do it better than you. Because you can learn. It's called humbleness and humility. It will take you further than any degree, than anything or dollar amount in your pocket. If you come in humble with humility, willing to put in the work, consistently show up, invest in yourself, in the vision that God gave you, baby, the sky is not even a limit. In us as Black women, we can do it. But we got to get our mind right. We got to stop showing up to the cookout empty-handed. Do you understand? So, Queen, it's time to play your royal position. I'm off my soapbox. This has been so powerful, and I'm so fired up. I love y'all. Again, make sure you follow Jesus Coffee and Prayer on Instagram, Women Win Network on Instagram, Pop Your Crown Sister on Instagram, on Facebook, Jesus Coffee and Prayer, and Women Win Network on Facebook as well. If you need assistance and you're ready to take your PR, your media to the next level, then CC Round Town. I am your girl. I'll be glad to assist you, partner with you to take your brand to the next level. Not only getting you inside the rooms, not only talking to influencers or celebrities, if you will, but making an impact that will have you seen, heard, and positioned to get paid, increasing your visibility, your authority, and your credibility. I'm your girl. Come see me. You can email me at info@jesuscoffeeandprayer.com. Dr. Dion, I'm going to give it back to you. Oh, before I give it back to you very quickly, want to one more time give a shout out to our sponsors, those who have been impactful. The Mompreneur CEO. Make sure you follow her on Instagram. Front House Media Productions, who help us put this thing together. Listen, God has given me a vision and a gift, and technology is not one of them. Didn't y'all hear me say play to your strong suits? I said, play to your strong suits. And technology, I can do a little something, but I can't do this. And I'm so glad that God allowed it to be that Front House Media. would be in position with their wealth of knowledge, with their expertise, their hands-on experience, and able to make this vision that God gave me come to pass. So I am forever grateful for who they are and who God has created them to be. If you need someone to help you put on your next global televised event just like this, if you're needing someone to help you with your next virtual or hybrid event where you're also going to be blessing people with wisdom and knowledge and expertise and powerhouse speakers, then do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Get with Front House Media Productions. You can connect with them on Facebook. You can connect with them on Instagram. Listen, or you can reach out to me or Dr. Dion as well, and we will CC and get you right where you need to be, because it is going down. We have no more excuses. Want to give a shout out to Divine Hands by Jay. Connect with this queen on Instagram. She has the natural and organic skincare, lotions, soaps, and all of that. And they smell so good and they great on your skin. So make sure you shop and buy Black, right? This is a Black business owner. She's a mom. So do business with her. Make sure you connect with Dr. Cynthia Vito at C Beyond Marketing. She did all the beautiful graphics for Women Win Network, Jesus Coffee and Prayer. She's our chief brand strategist, but she's also the website whisperer. You can go to my website, www.jesuscoffeeandprayer.com. That's an example of her fine handiwork, okay? And so if you're ready to level up, get with her as well. So connect with our powerhouse speakers, connect with me, and let's go glow, get it. Dr. Dion, anything you want to say? Final words.
Yes. So my final words are this. Let's normalize as Black entrepreneurs, right? Let's normalize paying for what we want, paying for what we need and getting paid what we deserve. Let's normalize that. How about that? So when you want something, you go pay for it. Don't try to cut people's prices. Don't try to, skim them. Pay for what you need, and let's get paid what we deserve. Because the reality is, if we don't want to spend money, we can't make money. Money is a currency, so you got to give to get. So start sowing a seed into somebody's business. Start investing with somebody in their business. Don't try to do it all yourself. You're going to burn yourself to the ground, just like how we just destroyed this stage. You're going to burn yourself to the ground. So, there's so many amazing powerhouse queens that you would have heard from today. Get in connection with them. As we said, partner with them. Don't just watch them in the online space. Do business with them. Good business, by the way, with them. Spend some money with them. And let me tell you, get ready to reap the increase. So I am Dr. Dion Graves. Thank you so much, Dr. Nikita. I know we've done this on the Women Win Network and stuff, but I want to say thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, not just to be here as a powerhouse speaker, but to truly have my collaborator, my business bestie, my sister in Christ, my sister from another mister. Listen, I love you. I thank God for you. And let me tell you, we are going to dominate these streets. We're going to continue doing what we do to 120. I told my makeup artist today, I'm going to die at 120. So make sure that you die at 120 in 2 weeks so that you can actually do my makeup for my funeral. That's what I'm talking about. You understand what I'm telling you? So let me do this thing. Yes. I'm crazy. But it has been an amazing time, well spent. So many golden truths, so many nuggets, so much to work with. So let me tell y'all, leverage what you got here. If you don't know what to do with what you got here, check me, check Dr. Nikita, check any of these amazing powerhouse queens. We will point you in the right direction if you're ready to step up your game. So I am Dr. Dion Graves, the Mompreneur CEO, VP, proud VP of the Women Win Network and Jesus Coffee and Prayer Christian Publishing House LLC, the #1 Christian publishing house in the land. All right.
Boom. Listen, I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. And again, whether you're catching this live on the replay, on the Women Win Television Network, accessible to over 100 million homes across the globe, whether you're catching this on YouTube, whether you're catching this on Facebook, wherever you're catching this, I thank you, because it was time well spent. It was time well spent to encourage you, to inspire you, to lift you up, to give you tangible tips, nuggets, and really to shift the trajectory in your life. This is what this is all about. And it's important for me as an African-American woman, a Black woman, a woman of color, a woman of purpose and power, in the words of Dr. Venetia earlier this evening, for me to have these forums, these platforms for us. You understand? I love everybody. God knows I do. And I work with everyone from all over the globe. You name it, I've probably worked with them, or the ethnicity or the country. But it's something that hits a little bit different when I'm able to pour and set up platforms for other women to pour into my African-American queens. It is our time, sis. It is our time. But we're going to have to shift the way we think. We're going to have to unlearn some poisonous, toxic behaviors that have kept us held back or only allowed us to make microscopic leaps and bounds. And don't get me wrong, we've done some amazing things, and all the glory belongs to God as a collective. But I believe that there's more. In the words of Dr. Shavana, she's more now, right? So she's the more pusher. So I want to push you in this season, whatever it is, you know what it is. I just need you to do it. I need you to connect. I need you to collaborate. I need you to invest. I need you to leverage the monies and the avenue streams, like the real estate that Joya was speaking about earlier. I need you to get into your real bag in the season. Yes, money, but I'm talking about the bag of peace, the bag of joy. You understand? The bag of love and forgiveness for others and yourself, the bag of grace. I need you to get into your bag in this season. And I believe by faith and stand in agreement with you by faith, God will blow your mind. He's shifting lace fronts in this season, y'all. And so I need you to get in, because the pool is stirring and the blessings are flowing. We are not in lack of blessings or abundance. But where we lack is the mindset, which enables us or stops us from having the capacity believe that God is true to every word he said pertaining to your life. So if you fix this right here and get that heart fixed and postured right, listen, sis, I will see you at the top, because you can expect your sis to be there. You can expect my dynamic team to be there. And you can expect all of these powerhouse speakers that you heard from today to be there. Won't you join us? Queen, it's time to play your royal position. Again, I'm Dr. Nikita Davis, the proud founder and CEO of Jesus Coffee and Prayer Christian Publishing House, the #1 Christian publishing house in the land, the proud CEO and founder of the Women Win Network, where we celebrate women who win 365, and the creator and visionary behind Pop Your Crown Sis, where we connect, collaborate, and converse with queens who unapologetically show up brilliant and bold wherever she lays her crown. You tuned in while we've been broadcasting live from the heart of Botswana. Matter of fact, let me just give you a little fun fact. Botswana is one of the wealthiest countries in the continent of Africa. And specifically, and I don't want to say it wrong, but Gaborone, right, is the capital, which is one of the wealthiest cities in Botswana. So I say that we're pouring from a place of wealth and abundance, and we're speaking that over your life. Until the next time, Queen, be good to yourself and be good to each other. Queen, it's time to play your royal position. From Africa, good night.